I'm happy to welcome all the conference members and participants in this international conference where we're going to speak about family values. We are going to share experience, how things are in the Eastern world and in the Western world, how they are in Latvia. I'm very grateful to all those who have been able to participate, NGO managers, media, and other people. And I hope that today's conference is going to give us a lot of new knowledge, a lot of new strength, and we are going to cooperate better. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Shall we start? My name is Yuri Roshka. I am from Moldova. I am Christian Democrat and Orthodox. It is a great pleasure to be here and to have so important event, so brilliant people from different countries. And I am sure with so important participants we will have an excellent and very useful discussion for all of us. Let me say just a few words of welcome to our international conference, Family and Lifestyle in the Contemporary World. Dear friends, today our peoples, our continent, our families, our future are affected by some new models, new paradigms, which are imposed by some political networks or groups. The traditional meaning of normality, of morality, of family becomes the target of very specific contestations. So we have to formulate some questions. Shall we see as normal the family based on the union between man and woman, or same-sex marriage becomes normal for us? How to react on the fact that now it exists 14 countries where same-sex marriage was imposed by law? Which countries will be the next victims or targets of this very specific experiment? And how to look on this tendency which was legalized in Netherlands and Belgium? I am speaking about so unpleasant laws which allowed euthanasia of children, of ill children, if parents allowed it and if psychologist is assisting next to him. And the last question, how to combine our Christian belief, vision, faith with radically anti-Christian pressures exercised by so strong international networks? Dear friends, as a part of our national elites, we have to debate those topics, and as politicians we have to formulate not only intellectual reflections but our solidary actions in order to prepare a better future for us, for our families, for our nations, for our children. So I think we have to improve our cooperation, our international cooperation, but also our internal cooperation between parties, churches, NGOs, media institutions, as well as our foreign relations, in order to be more efficient in our fight for better present and better future. I wish you, to all of us and to all present here participants, fruitful and successful discussions. And now I have to offer the microphone of our first speaker, Dr. Maria Victoria Zilgave, Chairwoman of the Board of Christian Democratic Union, President of Latvian Pan-European Union. Welcome.
Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say a couple of words. We have three main values which people protect. That is fatherland, that is religion, belief, and that is family. So I hope everyone has a good, successful discussion today.
The next speaker is my old friend Armand Argums, who is Secretary General of Christian Democratic Union, and he is representing also Foundation Priority. Armand.
Dear Excellencies, dear Mrs. Minister, I'm happy to see you here in this audience. Today, we are here all together at a conference which has been organized in relation to, with a view to contemporary discussions in Europe and in the whole world about family values. Yesterday, I think I still was doubting whether we have this problem in Latvia. But yesterday, when I invited media to this event, I heard from the Latvian news portal, which actually relieved me of these doubts and really persuaded me that we have to speak about family values, about natural Christian values, because I heard from her that they are for human rights, but human rights in their understanding is unisex marriage, same-sex marriage. I don't think this is right, because family is the basis for a nation and for a country, and this is not just a word, family, because family is related to very many important things that the country might grow and become strong. Already Carlos Ullmans once said that family was a value to be protected and raised, because only our children, strong families, can make a country and a nation strong, also taxpayers, including. And only in a family people have the first impression about solidarity, about faithfulness, about what is right and what is wrong. So family is extremely important, and we have to come together and speak about in a loud voice. So let us be successful in this.
Much, and now we are moving to the speeches of our honorary guests. His Excellency Professor Dr. Zbigniew Stankiewicz, Roman Catholic Church, Metropolitan Archbishop of Riga. Please.
Sveicināti.
Good morning. I looked at the list of the topics for the conference, and the first point that I saw family philosophy in our society, and this called forth some parallels in my mind. History of ideas. So first of all, we have ideas, and then the ideas are implemented in practice and change the world. And I think that we see now what reality is. But I would like to look at the causes, why things are what they are and what they should be like. If we look at the situation as it is today, it seems that we have to go way back to Descartes. Cogito ergo sum, he said, when there was a turn, a Copernican revolution, when the attention was focused from reality as it is to the consciousness of man. I think, so I exist. which means that from objective reality, people went over to investigating consciousness, and the results are such that today man can say that he is the measure of all things. He thinks he's the measure of all things, and he doesn't try to find out objective truths. And when we speak about family, earlier the vision was there was God, the Creator, who has disclosed the objective laws to man, according to which people function, and people respecting this lives according to them and has a strong family. But when man starts looking for fortune, this is a good thing. Of course, we all are looking for fortune, but on what level? You can look for fortune or for good fortune in the domain of our emotions. In a short-term perspective, we can look at the fulfillment that we can get immediately, and this to a great extent characterizes our world and our attitude to family. But the other perspective is to look for good fortune in the long-term perspective, because man has different levels of existence. We have the level of the flesh, of the practicalities, and we have the soul and the mental. And our attitude towards family is frequently I would say, characterized by the practical on the one hand, and on the other hand on the mental level. So on the one hand, we want to have the fulfillment at once, and then we work or we deal in a shorter perspective without any responsibility towards the other person. But I wouldn't like to speak here at long. The idea is that in the plane of God, it has been it is presumed that one man has relationships with one woman, and these relationships hold good for the whole life. And these relationships are focused towards life and towards children. So it's a one-time choice, and in the long term this gives fulfillment to man. That is his cross, but it is also his fulfillment and his happiness in a long-term perspective. But if this doesn't stand good, if you have just short-term relationships, certainly they give momentous enjoyment. Also, perhaps in a mid-term perspective, they give some enjoyment, and but in the long term, in the end, you have a vacuum inside. So the sooner you want to have fulfillment, the bigger the void that lasts in the long time, that sets in the long time. So I think that we have to look and see once again the objective truths that are there, and that gives eternal and long-term happiness for man, and not this short-term fulfillment or enjoyment. And if we look at these issues in this perspective, then certainly we have whole understanding and a wholeness of understanding. So God bless this conference so that we could discover the natural, objective things that are inscribed in human nature. And certainly we also have to think about God's revelations that is related to this long-term happiness of man. And I hope that this conference is going to help us to see these things.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. The next speaker, our honorary guest, His Excellency Alexander, Metropolitan Latvian Orthodox Church of Riga and Latvia, please. Oh, sorry, representative of this church. Jānis Dravans, excuse me.
Honored participants of the conference, dear guests, I represent Alexander, the Metropolitan of Riga and Latvian Orthodox Church. He asked me to give his blessings to you, and he asked me to give some stimulating words to you about the topic that is so topical to all of us in the church and in the society. We as Christians of course would not find this issue so topical, because the God has already showed the direction where to go in his revelation in the scriptures and the spiritual heritage of the church, and we see it very clearly, very motivated. We have to center on the eternal good, on the area that is so important in the lives of people, that relates not only to the real life but also to the spiritual life. So marriage, Christian marriage, refers not only to our everyday lives but also to the eternal lives. So a husband and a wife are trying to develop spiritually. They are trying to approach, to grow towards God and reach the truth, the love, and the source of all the good, so that they can be, that they can reach the full potential of their God-given being, of their God-given essence. And it is very clear that this revelation was given from the moment when the first people were created, Adam and Eve, when the God gave Eve to Adam as a wife, as a friend, as somebody who will help him for his life and for the eternity. And we see that very clear. In the biblical revelation, we saw what came after when a man gave up what the God gave to him. We just have to remember about two cities that you all are well aware of, to see where this leads, where it might lead. And if we look in the God's revelation, then I do not believe that in the Christian space this issue would cause much discussion, because it is self-evident, and this becomes a problem when we stray away from the God's law and when we try to invent something, when we sin, when we follow something paradoxical, some distortion which emerged, which appeared after we turned away from God and its rules. Thus, it is very important for all the Christians and for all the reasonable members of the society to have a reasonable, proper attitude towards this institution, towards this notion. Christians and the Church have a lot of responsibility, and we are well aware of that, and we try to implement that. We, each of us and all of us, have to show a positive example to the society in our lives and to all the others. And then, by means of word, by means of an example, we can show the truthfulness of this choice, the goodness of this choice to all the other people that would like to follow in these steps. That's why we would like to invite all the people, Christians who find this self-evident, but also all the others who have a reasonable attitude towards life, to follow this, to listen to their conscience, to listen to the revelation of God and to follow these principles that were given to us. If we speak about the traditional Christianity, we should not exclude the free choice not to marry. It is also given by the God, but here I'm speaking about fair, honest, marriage-free life. We should not exclude this issue from the topics that we discuss. Recently, in these days, for example, in the book Isaiah, chapter 5, we read, or we can read, for example, article number 18, where Isaiah says that those who will attract the evil will suffer. And further he continues that those will suffer who turn the truth over and call the sweet what is bitter, and vice versa. And he further continues that the Lord will become angered and he will punish those that violate these rules. This is from the Old Testament, of course, but the God, the Lord, will punish these, and their corpses will be lying all around the vicinity. So these, of course, are terrible words, but this is something that will help us to solve this issue, to discuss this issue as an issue where there is a free union between a man and a woman, a free marriage, a decision to marry not only in our carnal life, in our secular life, but also in our eternal life. And I would like to say thank you on the behalf of the Metropolitan for your contribution in this area, and let the God help all of us in this struggle, personally and also on the level of the whole of the society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father Yanis Dravans. The next speaker is His Excellency Yanis Vanags, Latvian Evangelical Lutheran Church Archbishop. Please.
Honored participants of the conference, Apostle Paul, about the most important message, wrote to his assistant Timothy that you have to proselytize this always, when there is time for that and when there is no time for that, and when there is a moment for that and when there is no moment for that. Because what is the most important, it has to be mentioned all the time. What is most important to the Western civilization? I guess we can deduce, judging or assessing what is discussed all the time. For example, when we look at the curricula of the modern education, and then I saw that here we see sexuality that is discussed from each and every aspect. Of course, it is important for a Christian to be educated about the intimate life of people. And sometimes it is claimed that the Church has disregarded this issue, but it is not true. It has to be done when is the right moment and in the right scope and with the right attitude. But I believe that currently it is done improperly, at a too early age, improperly, and the scope is not correct. The parents of children have expressed their concerns about that. They have approached me personally. Also, the Association of Christian Teachers has expressed these concerns, as well as many others. I do not believe that this is only our problem. For example, recently we saw a piece of information about a German family where a father was imprisoned because he did not allow his underage daughter to participate in sexual education classes because she just got physically sick after them, and he did not want to obey and did not allow her to participate, and he was imprisoned for that. A mother who has a daughter of 12 years and attends one of the Riga region schools asked the management of the school to allow her daughter not to participate in these sexual education classes, and her request was denied because there is a single standard for everybody. And I would like to ask a question. Why do we have to rush forward and tell about these things to somebody who is just 12? Actually, this information is given to even younger children. Why ideas about masculinity, femininity, about their roles, sexual preferences, various forms, and so on, are trying to leak into even kindergartens, nursery schools. These ideas come from a narrow range of people, and these ideas receive unproportionally large support from the society. What is the stimulus that makes us discuss these things all the time? For the Pole, it was the message, the God's message, that the God loved this world so much that he gave the world his only son, so that he can ensure that there is this eternal life for the people. And this is the idea, the message that the Pole wanted to discuss, to speak about all the time. But what is the stimulus? What is the drive behind these ideas about sexuality? Why are children forcefully sexualized? Most probably you have also noticed what one mass media has noticed, namely the mini-miss competitions where small girls are dressed as grown-up women just to point to their non-existent, not emerged yet sexuality. Recently, the Association of American Psychiatrists that excluded homosexuality from psychiatrical deviations a while ago, and which is always used, or at least used as a very important argument, speaking about the legalization of same-sex marriages. So this association recently excluded a material where it excluded pedophilia from the list of the same deviations. And when the society started to protest, they revoked the statement. But I do believe that this is only a temporal revocation. Probably recently you also read about a decision, a judgment by the Italian Supreme Court, where they found a 60-year-old man not guilty for sexual relations with an 11-year-old girl, his client, because she as if had given her agreement and because they loved each other. Maybe you have noticed information about how easy in some neighboring countries juvenile justice removes children from families and how easy they are turned over for adoption to families that are also single-sex families. Maybe if we speak about conspirational theories, even if we are not very eager to believe such theories, if we look at all pieces of the puzzle, probably there is this tendency. If we speak about the Western civilization, for example, William Barry, a psychologist, he wrote that the Western civilization is characterized by the demise of all the values except for the materialistic values. And here I probably could add many more values. When we enter this kind of civilization, and we in Latvia have done that, we have discussions now about the preamble of the Latvian constitution, the Satversme, which speaks about the Christian values and Christian attitude. The Bible does not speak of sexuality as such. Not that there is no sex there, but it speaks about a family within which this sexuality can be realized, implemented. If I remember correctly, Janina Kursīte, a well-known expert in ethnic issues, in Latvian traditional issues, she said that until the 19th century, there were no words man and woman in the Latvian traditional life. Words like sister, brother, father, mother were used. This is how the sexuality was realized. But in our civilization, the words mother and father are being phased out, as well as sister and brother, and sexuality takes over all of these words. When we know the current times, and this is what the Paul is inviting us to do, I remember a recent interview with the former head of the Satversme constitutional office, Jānis Kažociņš, where he spoke about broadcasting channels from other countries, and he said that we should not remove them from the list of broadcasting channels, because the European values require us to ensure the freedom of speech. And he said that this is the traditional value of the European civilization. It is impossible to limit the flow of information. So what do we have at the end? If there is no external controls, there should be internal control, self-control. But the self-control does not appear from nowhere. It is a result of deliberate effort. Because a man, like all the other beings and aspects and whatever, according to the second law of thermodynamics, just moves towards a chaos if no effort is applied. So if no effort is applied to the man, he just moves towards a chaos. In our education, we speak about sexuality, but there are very few efforts devoted to the self-control mechanisms, for example, ethics, values, and so on and so on. You have most probably heard about things like, leave us alone, we don't want your Christian values, we don't want your Christian education, let us better start teaching health or whatever. But what is important for us? What are we ready to discuss all the time, speak about all the time? What drives us forward? I believe politics is important to us. That would allow to shape the society in a way that would be important for the politics as well. to separate our interest and the interest of the society. Because very often people speak of the interests of society, understanding them as their own interests. And it is very important to separate interests from strivings. We have to look at some long-term value, at some long-term strivings. And as His Excellency Stankiewicz already mentioned, we should remember what gives us immediate satisfaction and what gives us long-term satisfaction. We have to support interests that are important for the society and do not concentrate on our natural strivings or natural wishes. The Christ has said that the truth will make you free. Mr. Agrums gave a very good example. He said that one of the mass media of news agencies refused to speak about this conference. They preferred some ideological position, ideological policies. The truth will make us free. And this is what we have already started to do, something that a regular person, an average person is incapable of doing. We have to see what are the current trends, what are the strivings, drives behind what is going on in our society. And I hope that this conference will allow us to contribute to the implementation of this very important task. And let the God help you. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you very, very much for your so consistent speech. And our next honorary guest is His Excellency Peteris Sprogis, Latvian Union of Baptist Churches Bishop. Please, the floor is yours.
Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank the conference organizers about the good work they have done, and also the previous speakers. I think that it is hardly possible to express in a better way this very dangerous time that we live in and the dangerous tendencies that actually present the hazard for us. I don't think that we can add anything to that. Perhaps from another aspect, you will have heard that there are two reasons why a person doesn't become Christian. One reason is that he has never met a Christian. The other reason is that he has met a Christian. And I think we understand that very frequently people are against something because they have not experienced what it is to live in Christianity. And on the other hand, they have experienced Christian hypocrisy, and then they don't want to have anything to do with it. This is perhaps could be a joke, but it is also the harsh truth that we remind of each other in the church setting. And the same actually refers to family. There are two reasons why a person doesn't want to have a natural family. One is that he has never seen a natural family, or he has seen a natural family, and therefore he is afraid to repeat that experience. So whatever the orientation of people might be, 99.9% today are, well, actually all people have been born in natural relationships, and most people have grown up within natural relationships. And what makes them turn away from that is That is a question. They say that generations do not decline from or do not stop believing things just within one generation. First, there are some doubts in one generation. Then there are other people who declare things but don't live like their parents did. And then there's a third generation which say we don't want to live in this hypocritical environment. We have to live the life that we declare we live. So we have three generations, and then the third generation is the one who perhaps quotes their grandparents but doesn't quote the script and choose their own values. And when I met the conference organizers, I was happy to hear that they said we want to speak for something, not just against something. And this is the way how to strengthen families, families that would live in a way that they want to assert as well. Another thing that makes me sometimes surprised, and which I would like to mention in a provocative way today, is how could it happen that in the first centuries Christianity, which was persecuted, which had no support, no national, no government support, developed so that it actually permeated all the world and even took over political power. Another question is whether that was good or bad. But even it was persecuted, even if it was not really acknowledged, it started permeating all the spheres of life. How could this happen? And then I think today, when we have seminars, when we have printing offices, when we have educational establishments, and we have different things, we can't have that influence. And this is maybe a rather strange parallel, but how could it be that these alternative values, these alternative family models, which some time ago nobody understood, everyone despised, and also there was a reason for that. How this development within decades has reached such power to control media, to control and influence politicians, so that every politician who wants to be successful speaks only positive things about these alternative movements, because as soon as he would speak against gay rights, he would be attacked by other politicians. He would find himself under attack. I think this is a very difficult topic, but sometimes I think that it is a question of how creative we are with resolving this task. What we take as granted and what not, and how truthfully we carry the Christian values, and how long our voice is reactive rather than proactive, and our attitude might be perhaps too proud, and therefore we lose our voice in the society. So I wish you God's blessing so that we could have a strong position to represent, so that it would be stronger in our church and in the society at large.
Thank you very much. And now we are offering the floor to Baiba Broka, Minister of Justice, Latvia. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Godētās ekscelences, our distinguished guests, first of all, it's an honor and a great pleasure to welcome you in this beautiful city of Riga, and moreover, when you are discussing such a crucial and fundamental issue. So, and with your permission, I will switch to Latvian language.
First of all, family and its role in our contemporary society. What is family and what is marriage and what is the role of these institutes today? What are the values in society, in politics, among politics? These are the issues which are not only part of a Christian value, but should be valued also from the societal point of view. And this is a time when we have to start speaking them in a loud voice. Family is constitutional and a Christian value, a constitutional and a Christian value, and I think that it is the moral ground for the existence of every nation and country. And if we look historically, then before the state, the family was already there as the first basic essential unit of society. It is the cell that is invited to grow and develop, and the basis for love and ethical values. Certainly, the family is the place where the essential values are created, where relationships between man and woman are born and are later transferred to the other generations. I'm not today speaking so much as a Minister of Justice. I'm not going to speak so much about legal regulation, but it is important for me today to speak about my own ethical values, my own emotional attitude, which also forms my views as a politician. The family is the mission, the real essence and mission of a person's life. And certainly the mission of people is to bring up children to become responsible members of the society, responsibility between children and parents, responsibility between parents and responsibility between people and towards the state in the broadest context is the basic thing that we have to learn and that we start learning in the family. And understanding of this mission really makes people great, parents great people. When we look at the Institute of Family and also the Christian values which are important for myself, we can look at family as serving, fruit of modesty and serving God. And that becomes even more important, and therefore, and we have to understand it. So I can mention some examples of books that I have read, where Saint Escriva has been quoted, who speaks about false modesty, people who try to avoid social or family responsibilities under the disguise of modern freedom. He says that this is not really humility and modesty, this is simply laziness, not to not to opt for rights which are actually your responsibilities. The nation's and state duty is to protect the family through creating a legislative regulatory framework for that, and economic support. And if we look at the values, also in Western civilization, where we are now, which we are now part of, if we look at the European Union, then Robert Schuman and Konrad Adenauer always prayed before important events in the Strasbourg Cathedral, showing by this that family values and Christian values are also a basis for European values. And Christian values and family values are the ideological value why countries have to come together and work in different aspects, also within the European community or the European Union. So we see that the idea of European Union has been actually born in the minds of very Christian people. Marriage is a basis of family or a framework of the family, which is a promise of people given to each other. And it is also a sign which shows that people have taken responsibility for each other and then transfer that responsibility to the child. This is responsibility and an oath from a man and a woman where they swear to each other that they will be together in illness and in health and sickness and happiness and in sorrow. And unfortunately, in Latvia, we do feel this lack of sense of responsibility. And this is a signal to the state that we have to find the right ways to strengthen family, to strengthen marriage. Statistics is really very bad. We see that every 16th child is supported by the state, that people don't have these families anymore, that they simply have children in other families. So certainly also there are more divorces than there are marriages, and this is another signal which shows the importance of that institute and strengthening it. Marriage has to be cared for. You have to prepare for that. And we have to also we have to value that practice that Christian parishes do through preparing people for marriage. Also, the state has made some positive steps. For instance, the Ministry of Welfare is trying to establish some pre-marriage courses where people who want to develop a family actually get some knowledge about how these things have to be started. And I'm happy that also the Notary Council has is now participating in explaining both the legal and the economic and both the legal and the practical aspects of marriage. We have to speak about these things, starting from school, starting from nursery school, in a way which is adjusted to the age, and we should have virtue and morality at the basis of all this education. So I wish us all that we would have the strength to retain the Institute of Family and Marriage, because family is the basis for a healthy and virtuous generation to come. And we have to speak about these things from a public aspect. And I would like to mention now and to maybe finalize all this with the words of Kārlis Kunziņš, who was an important educator and writer, he said that where family is flourishing, then the virtue of a nation also flourishes, and God comes in our midst to bless us.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister. And now we're inviting Inguna Mieze. She is representing Irish Latvian National Council.
Dear Excellencies, dear guests, dear participants, I'm Inguna Mieze, as you heard already, and I work and live in Ireland now, and I represent the Irish Latvian National Council and also the Latvian Lutheran parish in Ireland. All these areas are, and also media, and all these things are related to all the Latvians that live in Ireland. Certainly immigration has hit hard many families. Many are divorced. One of the parents lives abroad, and the other parent, together with the children, has remained in Latvia. Even worse, it is even worse when both parents live abroad, whereas their children have remained in Latvia together with their grandparents. These children receive some money from their parents and talks in Skype. There's more hope. Most of the work-age parents who live abroad have to have to take care of how their children will be cared of. They don't have grandparents who could help them, or parents, and therefore the contact between parents and children is broken. For Latvian parents, it is very difficult, and this is a very important because this relationship is very important, because this is the way how we teach moral values to children. The parents work hard, and the society has a much greater impact on those children than the parents would wish.
I would like to describe shortly the land of happiness, Ireland. It is a Catholic country, a Christian country, where only during the last decade such issues as family planning and contraception are discussed. That's a land that still has not legalized abortion, irrespective of the European pressure. That's a land where most often the rights of children are protected, but their obligations are not outlined. That's where there are very many immigrants, but the local population is quite radical, quite racist, and they do not shy away from expressing their opinions. That's where the religion and the religious traditions often mask true belief in in God. That's the land where the Catholic Church has been paying compensations to abused children abused by priests and children abused in church organizations, church institutions. That's a land where people choose to speak about global warming or the weather, and not about things that are topical or painful to them. As you see, this is a society full of contradictions. The Irish are proud of their attitude towards LGBT persons as being the most, or one of the most liberal in Europe. During the last decade, the Irish legislators have worked a lot and increased the range, the scope of these persons. In 1993, homosexuality was found not to be criminal anymore. but it is still prohibited to incite hatred based on sexual orientation. In 2010, it was allowed to register civil marriage for single-sex couples. And so far, several thousand couples have used this possibility. Recently, the parliament voted for a permission or for the changes to the constitution to allow same-sex marriages to take place, and the referendum with regards to this will take place next year. 76% of the population supports this idea, but what I find even more worrying is that among the women and among people up to the age of 40, the level of support is even higher, 85%. The recent polls, namely those held in February, show that if this referendum was held today, 76% of the voting age population would support this idea. So this is the world, this is a society where Latvian children are being brought up. We, as people who are not the citizens of Ireland, we do not have many opportunities, many possibilities to have an impact on the local legislation, to somehow shape the public opinion, but we still have the possibility to maintain, to support the traditional Christian values that have always been important to the Latvian families. And I would like to state, to claim that this is what the Latvians do there. It is very important. It is a great help, enormous support to the Latvians that there is a Latvian Protestant church, Latvian Lutheran church there, that gives support to people that are alone. For example, their families have stayed behind in Latvia. And very often these people feel very unhappy. And they are looking for some consolation, maybe in drugs, in alcohol. Latvian organizations that are part of the Latvian National Irish Council. Not all these organizations are Christian, but still they maintain, they preserve traditional and Christian values. Schools, various interest groups are created where teachers work for free, they volunteer, dance groups, choirs, drama groups, and so on. They have defined their task as the maintenance of being Latvian or of Latvianness, but it goes very well together with Christian values, because the traditional Latvian approach to life does not foresee two fathers or two mothers. It is possible that some of these people will return to Latvia thanks to or in spite of the re-immigration plan, but it is clearly understanding and supporting the goodness, what is good. And children learn about these things not only in schools, but only in the summer camps that have been organized for 3 years until now. And the principles of these camps are oriented towards family values. And that is where these family values, these virtues are nourished and maintained. Baltic Island Portal conveyed a survey that showed that the level of support in the Latvian diaspora is much lower, and we are very happy about that. Here I'm speaking about the single-sex marriages. Of course, it's not an objective social survey, but it still shows trends, because 70% of the respondents were against same-sex marriages. 17% would support same-sex marriages if no adoption is allowed, and only 11% of respondents agreed that same-sex marriages and same-sex couples should have the same rights as heterosexual marriages. Very often it is claimed that you have to look around and the world is changing. You have to see that. But I believe that it is very important to remain or to keep something stable, and we are sure that the faith in God will stay the same. It is the same, and let the God bless us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this very emotional and impressive presentation. And now we are inviting Monsignor Piotr Mazurkiewicz. He is representing Polish Catholic Church. Please.
Excellencies, dear ladies and gentlemen, I am very sorry because I realized that I am the first one who is not able to speak Latvian. There was a question where are the roots of these tensions and conflicts around marriage and family. According to John Paul II, the history of formation of European nations is growing in parallel with their evangelization, to the extent that Europeans' borders coincide with the range of penetration of the gospel. But the Pope also wrote that the rejection of Christ, especially his Paschal mystery, the cross of the cross and of the resurrection, clearly appeared on the horizon of European thought at the turn of the 17th and 18th century. It was a period of the Enlightenment. Whatever took on the form, the Enlightenment objected what Europe has become as a result of evangelization. So we can say that since the Enlightenment we have these two trends in Europe. One is just the continuation of Christian vision of the society, and then there's an opposite vision of God, of man. Pope Benedict XVI, he described this paradoxical situation that if on the one hand Christianity found the most effective form in Europe, on the other hand we must also say that in Europe appeared a culture that is in absolute contradiction, not only with Christianity, but with all religious and moral traditions of humanity. So these are the roots of these tensions we have today. On the one hand, when we are looking at the Christian vision of human being, as a result, we are also promoters of so-called non-negotiable values, as the right to life, the institution of marriage, family, the rights of parents to take the responsibility for the education of their children. And on the other hand, you have this tendency to exactly negotiate those values and to deconstruct the structures of Christian society. When we are looking on the main patterns in the European pop culture, it's quite clear which tendency is prevalent. A few months ago, the cover of the Time magazine titled "The Child-Free Life." And on the cover you can find two people, a man and a woman, which lie on the beach. It's August, which suggests that they are just on holidays. However, the title and the article suggest otherwise. It is not about 2 weeks of rest, but of a particular lifestyle that combines the concept of happiness with the idea of not having children, of being free from the burden of having children. When having it all means not having children. That's the subtitle for the article. The message is clear. Children are an obstacle to personal happiness, to personal development. But looking closer to the bodies of these people, man and a woman, you find that only their faces, exposed to the sun, are close to each other. Their bodies seem to be ready to go away. Everyone his own way. They met for a moment to experience the non-binding lack, happiness, and then immediately split up. The author of the article says that she is not alone, but these words mean only that she is not the only one who has chosen this lifestyle. If the Bible is saying it is not good that the man should be alone, in the mainstream of contemporary pop culture seems to be prevailing belief it is good to be alone, without any burden, without any obligation. John Paul II, in an exhortation on Europe already in 2003, drew attention to the dramatic decline in the number of births, difficulty to making definitive choices in life, including also marriage. And the Pope observed a similar phenomenon as presented by the time, but made a dramatically opposite evaluation of it. New phenomenon, according to the Pope, is not associated with the category of happiness, but rather with a sense of inner emptiness, loss of sense of life, fear of the future, existential anguish, as well as the weakening of interpersonal solidarity. The result is that people, though they have nothing missing in necessary in terms of material goods, they feel more alone, left to themselves, and deprived of emotional support. Which assessment is closer to the reality? The answer to this question is important when it comes to the future of European politics. The point is whether the family is only a matter of private individual citizen. The state should simply leave the widest possible freedom of action, or whether it is also a matter of social and public. Is the family only the aggregation of persons providing each other support and concern, or must be met certain objective criteria, such as marriage and openness to the offspring? Is the family still the basic unit of the society and the first place of human socialization, or, as a private invention, does not bring any extra goods for a social life? Is it something helping to the development of a person, or opposite, limiting his freedom and creativity? Is the weakness of the family and its fragmentation the reason for the decline of fertility? Or, on the contrary, having no children is the cause of family crisis? In many of these questions, the answer is relatively simple. a man and a woman, as can be seen with a naked eye, are similar and different at the same time. The sex difference is directly related with the difference of the role that man and woman play in relation to the conception, birth, and upbringing of the child. And it is not necessary sharing Christian faith to see the difference. Just a little bit of common sense, that's enough. According to Italian sociologist Pierpaolo Donati, a stable family life is not only a viable response to the demographic challenge by ensuring reproduction of the society, not only contributes to economic growth, but mainly produces relational goods. Family crisis in Europe, manifesting itself in various forms, is an important source of the pathologies observed among children, adolescents, adults, and elderly. It allows to talk about a new form of family poverty, consisting on deficit of relationships. I think that when we are looking on the politics in Europe, we can say that politicians are very conscious of this fact. So that the problem is not just that we have corrupted political elite in Europe and sane, healthy societies, but the division is going across all the groups. As this was mentioned, that when we are taking the polls, so in our societies, there are those who support one vision of human being and corresponding with this vision of institution of marriage and family, and the opposite one. I think this is important in this sense that when we are trying to complain, we have to see that the problem is in the European institutions, among European politicians, but in many countries, at the national level, in the governments, and in many countries, just in our societies. So when we would like to find a way how to react, we have to be conscious of this fact. There are different initiatives which is possible to be taken. So just on the one hand, we see the reaction in France on the initiative of the government, so-called La Manif pour tous. So there was an initiative coming from the political elites. And then few times, about 1.5 million people who protested on the streets of Paris and other cities. On a similar initiative in Croatia, the Croatian citizens, they organized a citizen initiative to change the constitution, to introduce the definition of marriage as the union between one man and one woman into the constitution, and they have won. And that's, I think, important. So we can do something. When we are looking on the EU level, in the past it was clear that the EU had no competence concerning family policy. Now the situation after the Lisbon Treaty is more complicated. Because in the Article 81.3 we can read that measures concerning family law with cross-border implications shall be established by the Council acting in accordance with a special legislative procedure. The Council shall act unanimously after consulting the European Parliament. So even if this is a limited competence, today the EU has a competence on family policy. And if the limitation here is that this is limited only to those cross-border implications. We have to say that the interpretation can be diverse, because we can say every behavior, every phenomenon linked with the family and marriage can have cross-border implications, as people are on the move in Europe. So the real limitation here is rather of a procedural nature, the need of unanimity. All the governments should agree. I think this is a kind of frame for negative trends. But on the other hand, we have also the Article 9 of the Charter of Fundamental Rights, which says, the right to marry and the right to found a family shall be granted in accordance with the national laws governing the exercise of these rights. The basic documents of international law, as Article 16 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the same, the Article 12 of the Convention on Protection of Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms, defines marriage as union between one man and one woman. When we compare those two main documents on human rights with the European Charter, what is the difference? The words man and woman disappeared. And disappeared not by chance. What does it mean? That on the one hand, the Union has no authority to impose on any state its own vision of marriage, but also has no competence to oppose to what is called axiological pluralism on the national level. When we are looking on the process of European integration, what is the paradox is that 60 years ago in Europe, there was a broad consensus on what the institution of marriage is, a unanimity in all present EU member states. So, simultaneously to the process of European integration in politics and economy, we see the total disintegration of Europe concerning marriage and family. And at first glance, it would seem that the consequence of the lack of definition of marriage and family in the EU law is just neutrality. In fact, however, neutrality is only apparent. On the one hand, the EU is not entering into conflict with the member states, which redefined the definition of marriage and family at the national level. But this means that the EU policy serves as a transmission belt which transfer those solutions from the national level to the European level, slowly but steady. Union undecided in the fundamental issues somehow sucks from the national level the most extravagant solutions. Non-banning, not to coming into an open conflict, actually the Union legitimizes them. Because if those solutions are not in conflict with the EU law, this means that they are recognized by the EU law. And especially the introduction into the Treaty of Amsterdam to the article prohibiting discrimination of the new area of sexual orientation. This provoked a change of public philosophy in the EU, opening the way to the gender ideology and towards the abolition of what they are calling heterosexual coercion. This is provoking that also if you will take the EU statistics, official statistics, the most important information on family will be missing because they are not interested in fragmentation of families. They are not interested in the rights of children. If the family is just the aggregation of people, we have to say aggregation of adult people. So their interest of the adults is present there, but the interest of children is missing. I think also that what is the paradox in Europe today, which is directly linked with the vision of the family, is the fact that we have quite perfect laws in Europe against human trafficking. But at the same time, it is allowed to discuss in political elites the issue of production of children by in vitro fertilization, by surrogate mothers, for the purpose of same-sex couples. So the child, but also a woman, is treated just as a product on the market. We have to say that there is, at the age of the globalization, a kind of reproductive services market in the world. There is a kind of baby business. And they are looking for the cheapest mothers on the market. They can find them mostly today in India and Pakistan. And the question how to protect those children and those mothers is totally absent in the reflection among European politicians, not only at the level of the EU, but also at the national level. When we are trying to understand what's going on in Europe, I think that we have those two cases which are very particular. On the one hand, France. Because the French government, the current French government, they just express explicitly what they want to change. Not only the definition of marriage, but also the issue of adoption of children by same-sex couples, the access to in vitro fertilization to surrogate mothers for same-sex couples, the question of very particular, as it was mentioned, sexual education for children, the limitation of the rights of the right of parents to take main responsibility for education, religious and moral education of their children. They cancelled totally from the legal system the words as father, mother, husband, wife. So it is impossible in countries like Spain, like France, to become husband and wife, because this terminology disappeared. You can become genitor 1 or genitor 2, but never father or mother. And with this is going also the limitation concerning different freedoms. You cannot oppose to this publicly, and that's the limitation of freedom of expression. There is the question of limitation of freedom to conscious subjection for civil servants. In some countries also for pastors. That's the question of limitation of religious freedom, because in a majority of Christian churches, this concrete vision of marriage and family forms an important part of the doctrine. And the English bishops, in the letter to the MPs, they wrote that in previous years, the British government proposed still new small changes in the law on marriage and the family, each time announcing that this is the last change. While the slippery slope argument is often overused, the bishops argue, in this case it is clear that making any change in the law, which is a concession to gender ideology, blazes the way for further changes, which end is difficult to predict. So, or we are trying to defend everything, or we lose everything. There is no other alternative. What can we do? I think that the last discussions in the European Parliament on the report Estrela, Lunacek, Zuber, the directive on the right of the EU citizens and their family members to move and reside within the territory of the member states, the directive on the right to family reunification, the Council regulation on enhanced cooperation in the area of application to divorce and legal separation, and other different initiatives. They are proving that even if the competence of the EU is very limited, there are many different activities. Mostly those activities which concern the family issue are linked with other kind of policy, as non-discrimination policy, migration policy, the harmonization between family life and working time, and so on and so on. I think that in this case, it's possible, on the one hand, talk about family mainstreaming, but on the other hand, without the clear definition what the family is, we cannot predict what this could provoke, what kind of result. So we need also definition of the family. And I spoke about this disintegration in Europe concerning the definition of marriage and family. But still, we can reflect on what is the common denominator. So what kind of union between people is treated as marriage in all the member states? And that's clear. One man and one woman. That's common. On this, we totally agree that this kind of union in all the member states is by definition treated as marriage. The other kind of relationship, there are contradictions, there's a disagreement. So only this kind of union should be treated in the EU law as marriage, because on this there is a consensus. Then I think that it's important to react on all possible levels, because the problem is not only linked with the EU or with the creative jurisprudence of the European Court of Human Rights. We have problems at national levels in different countries. We have problems at the social level. And this means that we should try to use different instruments. One of them is also this mentioned citizen initiative, but also to take different initiatives in our countries, and then if this could be successful in one country, one not to propose this to the others. So this way we can try to change the customs and the laws. We can try to create some coalitions. Today, there are some countries, there is a group of countries in Europe which have the definition of marriage as union between one man and one woman. If their politicians will go together, they will be stronger. I think that's important. The English poet Thomas Stearns Eliot once he said that Europe was created by Christian faith. But this has some consequences, that if Christianity will go away from Europe, all our culture will disappear. And then, if the European culture will disappear based on Christianity, then you will need to start everything from the beginning. Because it is impossible to jump immediately into a new culture. You will have to wait until the grass will grow, which will feed the sheep, from which the wool is woven into new clothing. This you will have to wait through the centuries of barbarianism. And we will not live in this new civilization which can appear. But also we wouldn't be happy if we would have such a chance. What is important that no economic or political organizations, no matter how much good will be involved in it, will be able to replace that capital based on religion, on common faith, as a base for European unity and European culture. If we will waste or reject our common cultural heritage, it does not help us what kind of political, economical unions institutions will create. So I think that's for us very important, that the crisis of the family is directly linked with the change in politics, with the change in law, but mainly is provoked by the secularization of our societies. If you will be able to fill churches, many of these problems will just disappear.
Let me to express my personal gratitude, Monsignor Piotr Mazurkiewicz, for your brilliant analysis, for your excellent presentation, which could be treated in Brussels as homophobic. In my personal opinion, many of us who are thinking traditionally are too moderate, too tolerant, and too defensive. Maybe we have to think together how to be more offensive, stronger in our effort to raise our voices, because now we are isolated a little bit. We look as people who were won by somebody. That's why I think at political level especially, we have to be much more, if you allow me, aggressive as manifestation of our position. Otherwise we will reflect, we will comment, and we will lose totally. Dynamic, I agree with you. It sounds better for the reasons of political correctness. Well, now I would like to invite well-known political personality and Christian fighter at European level, our friend from Italy, Luca Volonté. He is representing Novale Terra Foundation. He is general director of this institution, and also Institute for Human Dignity. Please, Mr. Volonté.
Thank you very much, dear friends, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen.
The reality of this year, above all, is in the public square imposed several radical challenges, supported by an ideology and various no-governmental organizations, sometimes by the government, which have a precise idea of man or interpersonal relationship on society. Provisional character, instinctiveness, slavery, an idea of man who is a maître and measure of himself, a power of man on man, a supremacy of few people on the whole humanity, the culture of the reject, the elimination of the the manipulation towards children and family, the attempt on the totalitarian homologation come from there. Sexual diversity as complementarity, both in marriage, both in education, a self-evident truth of the nature and an affirmation of historic tradition of population and human generation, has become an ideological challenge. The fact of calling the theme of the complementarity into question and of proposing homosexual marriage demonstrates that the objective is not to avoid the pains, neither to create a fraternal comprehension, but a real promotion of a totalitarian ideology, which clearly aims to do tabula rasa and to rewrite the foundation of the new humanity. To do this, the essences of human being, as the essence of the Bible and the evangelical message, have to be eliminated, persecuted, and exploited. The aggression starts from the miseducation to the complementarity and from the family, just to found again a new society. We have to be aware of the fact that the proposal of the gay marriage doesn't aim to avoid pains to people, but to support an ideology which has other purposes. There are many data and different experiences which demonstrate the sufferance of the children with homosexual parents, in addition to permanent behavioral and psychological problems. A violence against children also through the education to the promiscuity and to the homosexuality during school age, which have consequences also for the society. By consequence, we should improve and support the full respect of freedom of education and parents' rights. The indissolubility of the marriage, which is related to Jesus' words, who releases it to the creation, and which has always been testified as a fecund challenge by church tradition, which has never questioned the certainty of the unitary feeling of Christian people. A united and strong family is a good for the community and for the whole society. The union between husband and wife, which sometimes is difficult, is the result of the love and the source of the more love and values which are positive not only for children, but also for community and whole society. So, any financial investment on family-friendly policy should be done to develop social cohesion and well-being. Family union with proactive aim of sexuality, so of a couple's life, is another important issue which is even more important today when the Malthusian challenges is stronger than in the past. All the issue about the contraception and artificial procreation come from here, as well the problem which, after or before, lead to the question of the human embryo. In addition to the pastoral and Christian matters, there are also ideological matters, among which the exploitation of slavery for women, the waking of relationship between husband and wife, the moving away from God's project and to the eugenic and euthanasia. Obviously, as it's demonstrated by historical, social, and economic reality, all these also related to the issue of demography and demographic crisis, which becomes economics and social crisis too, in the whole Europe and maybe in the whole world. As we can see from the Chinese example, the responsibility to have children and the joy to be parents are issues which would
which have to be evaluated in the right optic. The children are the value of the family and an important value for the future development of society. Children are the future investment and not economic costs, as they have been defined by the materialistic idea. How is possible to win difficulties, the fears? How can we create a supportive and family-friendly society? All these matters are related each other. Supporting birth rate and introducing fiscal family facility is one of the best long-term decisions for every country, healthy country. Education in general has a parent's responsibility who, just for their unconditional love, are the most competent to educate children. The issue of education freedom comes from here, especially when we speak about matters which deal with values, religious education, sexual education, moral, ethical education. This human right of the public and private sphere is attacked by new barbarism or ideologies. Education is also preparation to marriage. And this entails that young people must have inside Christian teaching some positive example and proofs of the concrete life of marriage. An happy family has every positive proof and is the best proof of a possible and concrete good. Rightly, Norwegian new government is reflecting on economic and social costs of divorces. Personal costs, family costs, communitarian and welfare social costs. It's a common interest improve, applying subsidiarity principle, any good education for marriage by churches or in case by the same state. We should surely help monoparental family after divorce, but it's also our duty to improve long-term measures to avoid divorces. We are aware of these challenges about family, which is the fundamental cellule of society and irreplaceable foundation for development of the society. And the occasion of this convention will give us the possibility, for sure, to work together for new proposals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Luca Volonté. And now I am announcing coffee break for 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, we have to be back. Thank you. Dear friends, one short announce. All of you received this copy of Declaration of the Rights of the Family signed by legislative representatives. You have to look at it, and if you agree with this text, you can support it. Madam Minister of Justice said to us that she will sign this document and she will present and distribute this declaration on Latvian Parliament. It was signed by many MPs and Christian organizations and parties from different European countries, and this document will be presented at United Nations before this summer. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for all our speakers who presented their speeches on the first part of our conference. And now we are continuing with our friend from Russian Federation, Alexei Yurievich Komov. He is representing World Congress of Families in Russia and in CIS, and also he is an ambassador of this Congress on the United Nations. Please, Alexei.
Thank you very much. Which language should I speak, English or Russian? It's the same for me. What, English or Russian? Конечно, давайте. English is better. Okay. So, I want to tell you about World Congress of Families, which is the largest platform in the world, I guess, today. uniting hundreds of NGOs, protecting family values from more than 80 countries of the world. And there have been 7 congresses of families until now. And the 8th one will be on 10th, 11th, and 12th of September in Moscow, Russia. First day it will be in the Kremlin for 5,000 people. And second and third day in Christ the Savior Cathedral. And I will just show you several slides on this. As we all know, family is really a central institution if we want to solve all types of problems that modern society faces, be it demographics or drugs, alcohol, suicide rate, educational performance at schools, or any other type of problems. If we really solve them at the level of the family, which is the fundamental group unit of society, as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights of United Nations says, and all countries recognize this, we could be solving quite easily different problems. For example, demographic problems are becoming more and more serious, and just to maintain the current level of population, as we know, 2.1 children per one woman over her lifetime are necessary just to maintain the current level of population. But in Russia, for example, now we have at 1.5, and I guess in Latvia maybe it's even less than this. As far as I've heard, Latvia faces also serious problems because about 1/3 of the country population probably have left or works outside of Latvia, be it in England, Ireland, or different places. And Latvia, if it wants to maintain its culture and tradition, needs to have more babies. That's very easy, and it's the question of survival. And if you don't have enough babies, like Japan was the first country among developed countries to start having 1.2 children, so basically 2 times less than needed. And we know that Japan is in a pretty deep economic depression several decades, and this is one of the reasons. And all right, so here are some of the leaders of Russia that stress the importance of demographics for the longer-term sustainability of Russia, and also Patriarch Kirill and Father Dmitry Smirnov, who is my spiritual father, and he is also the head of Patriarch's Commission on the Family, Protection of Motherhood and Childhood, which I am member of, and Pavel Parfentiev, my colleague, is also member of this Russian Orthodox Church ministry or department dealing with the family policy. So more and more people understand the importance of the family. And we have abortion rates at very high levels, and projections of population are very dangerous for Russia. And given our huge territories in Siberia and Far East, if there are no people to live there and maintain, it's problematic. The Russian pro-family movement and pro-life movement has started basically 20 years ago by Father Dmitry Smirnov and Father Maxim Obukhov, who are here down there. And they were, during first 10 or 15 years, like voices in the wilderness. They were preaching that abortion is bad, and there was no traction, no big reaction. But in last maybe 5 or 3 years, there is a huge movement in Russia with hundreds of organizations all over the country. And here are a couple of the largest ones, Mr. and Mrs. Yakunina, who is Vladimir Yakunin is the head of Russian railroads, and also he heads with his wife Natalia one of the largest charities, Sanctity of Motherhood, and run by the charity foundation of St. Andrew I, called Apostle. And Mr. Konstantin Malofeyev down there, who is also one of the largest donors, he's the largest businessman, investor, who gives a lot of money to charity projects in the Russian Orthodox Church. So those people are really supporting us in organizing, oops, what did I do? Oops. But you know everything. All right, so can you try to, it's pretty strange. Yes. All right, so I invite all of you. Here is The symbol of World Congress of Families 2014. This is the Russian doll Matryoshka, as you know. God has created man first, and then out of man a woman, and then 5 children, you know. So if you can put it so people can see, it looks nice. This is our present to the organizers of this very important conference in Riga. Here are the flyers in English and Russian inviting you to World Congress of Families if you want to take them after my presentation. And also here are some little presents of Russian chocolate with a very traditional, socially conservative looking young girl. Alenka it's called, and also Russian belly. Anyway, this is the present to the organizers of this important event. So if we can continue, can you go ahead? Press the next one. Yeah, press. So here is the World Congress of Families information, and this is like the largest platform. Here are different partners, many of them from the United States, and in Rockford, Illinois, there is a headquarters of World Congress of Families, and there have been congresses in Prague, Geneva, Mexico City, Warsaw, Amsterdam, Madrid. In Sydney, Australia, we went there, and next year it will be in Moscow. Next one, next. And here, just to show you where it will be in the Kremlin, and then in Christ the Savior Cathedral, which was destroyed by the communists, as you know, in early 30s, and then they wanted to build this huge palace of congresses with Lenin statue on top, but as far as I've heard, the ground would disappear, so they couldn't build it, and they ended up making a swimming pool, which I remember being a small boy, was an open swimming pool, and now we have rebuilt it, so this beautiful historic place. Next one. Yeah, okay, next, okay. All right, so keep in your diaries those dates. Fix the next presentation, yeah. And I just want to say that we should coordinate our efforts, and we have very good contacts with the Christian democratic parties in Europe, and Leo von Duisburg, I know, does a great job, and there are some colleagues here among European Christian political movement. I think it's very important to really consolidate. I have a lot of friends among Manif pour tous in France, Ludovic Dodan and other people, and among conservative parties in Italy, Austria, and other places, and we're basically in almost a daily contact, and every indicators show that there should be a big victory in May elections for the conservative pro-family people. All right, and now some of the previous speakers mentioned that we should be more dynamic, not aggressive, but dynamic, in really either we defend it all or we fail. So I just was thinking to myself, what are the reasons why such natural things as a mama and father for a baby, like family values, why those natural simple things are under attack? So there should be a plan behind it, and I was thinking who might be behind this plan and what is the end purpose. And here is it's in Russian, but I guess some of you can understand. I haven't translated it yet. But this is for the last 2,000 years, the level of acceptance of Christian values in society. So it started after Christ was crucified in 33, in the new era. And then it reached maximum in the Middle Ages, the level of acceptance of Christianity, when the European civilization was formed. And then it started going down. And now, when we are in 2014, it's up to us which way it will continue, whether it will continue going down or the trend will revert and start going up. And if we look at this left side, what did we have during ancient Babylon or Rome or ancient Greek civilization? We had paganism, we had human sacrifices, and babies were sacrificed to gods, molochs, idols, etc. There was ritual prostitution, homosexuality, and pedophilia was, by Plato, for example, ancient Greek thinker, the best, the most elite, prestigious way of having a relationship. And then when Christianity was dominant, when the European civilization was formed as we know it, it was pushed to the backside of society. But now, after this enlightenment and a renaissance of paganism, so it's a rebirth of paganism after those dark ages, as those people call it. Now we have again neo-paganism, again we have abortions legalized, which are kind of human sacrifices in a way to the self-ego or for self-comfort. I want to have to go to the party, I don't need babies, so it's kind of you sacrifice it to money or comfort. And then we have legalization of same-sex marriage. And we know George Soros, for example, one of the rich guys, he sponsors and supports legalization of prostitution at the United Nations level and legalization of drugs, because they say drugs are good for you because they help to liberate all your inner desires, and that brings progress. And those inner desires are called sins in Christian tradition. So I just very quickly will go through several visuals so you can have an idea what are the deep roots of this phenomena, this anti-church activities. And the way I see it, because I'm a historian by my first education and then I studied theology as well, I see it as a fight which was there for 7,000 years between church and anti-church. And anti-church took form of ancient pagan religions, and then Gnostics of the first ages, different heresies of the Middle Ages, then different secret societies, and now this new Renaissance, new ideologies of radical feminism, gender theories, and attack on human being as a creature of God. So let's move on. So as we know, in the ancient Greek and Roman civilizations, the pedophilia and homosexuality was widely accepted, and the Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed by God. And where are we heading with our civilization if we publicly accept it? Next slide. We know that, for example, Nazi Germany Germany in the 20s and 30s was the hub or the best mecca for homosexuals and occultists. So they were both occultists, Hitler, Himmler, all those guys. As we know, most of them were homosexuals themselves. Some of them were drug addicts, and they were occultists. So this combination of occultism and homosexuality brings a totalitarianism, and that should ring some bell. There is a book of 500 pages, the pink swastika, with all the materials and documents, how this happened. So it's a historic fact. You can check for yourself. Next one. Then this theory of evolution, Darwin said that if there is no God, it means that basically you can, do whatever you want with the humans. Then Malthus said that there is an overpopulation problem, so we need to control the population. And here is the Bill Gates, who gives millions and millions of dollars to reduce population in Africa and other places with these vaccines. And there is a movement for the full destruction of a human race. So because mosquitoes and Mother Earth will be feeling much better if there are no humans polluting. So there is a movement, save the planet, kill yourself. And we know that also this is Mengele, the guy, he was making those tests on the humans. It was further developed in the West after the World War II into a very manipulative tactics how to affect the psychology of people. Next. Okay, next one. Here is just the slide to show you that mass media in the West are basically controlled by the same group of people. So there should be no surprise why all the mainstream media are for LGBT agenda or same-sex marriage, or they're portraying Christians as a radical fascists. Because here is the number. It was in 1983 there were 50 big corporations, and now it reduced to 5, and they own most of Hollywood studios, TV channels, and Lady Gaga and Madonna and all those guys. And this is one group which can be further reduced to basically one core group which takes all decisions and controls all the mass media. Next one. If we look at the Rockefeller Center, which is, we know Rockefellers are probably one of the richest and most influential families in the world, and they have their headquarters in New York. And I travel very often, and I'm surprised what kind of visuals are there. And we see that this is Luciferian images. So this guy is a Lucifer who is creating with this Ugolnik, okay, the world. And there are many strange occult symbols from the pagan religions. And here is the creed of faith from John Rockefeller. He says, I believe in the supreme worth of the human being. So basically, they are humanists and Luciferians by their worldview, the elites of the world. And they say that there is this kind God, Lucifer, who gave the technologies and progress to people and iPhones and all these scientific achievements. And the bad God of the Bible, which is Jesus Christ for us, is preventing the liberation of inner desires. And that's how they see the world. And that's why they work to legalize drugs and liberate and make official any sin that is possible. Next one. Here is United Nations. We know that United Nations stands on the land given by John Rockefeller in New York. And there is a meditation room, for example, in this bottom left corner called the, it's sponsored by the Lucifer Trust, Lucis Trust, and it was a Lucifer Publishing. So it's kind of meditation room of all religions sponsored by Lucifer Foundation. That's his official information. Then there is this phoenix bird in the Security Council of New York, and the many occult symbolism. Phoenix is an important occult symbol. Anyway, let's move on. George Soros is sponsoring many NGOs to legalize prostitution. And we know that there are more slaves in today's world. There are 27 million in slavery today, more than at any other point in the past. Next slide. And also George Soros works very hard to legalize drugs, because drugs are good for you. It's drugs, sex, revolution, and it liberates you. The next one. London Olympics was a huge, actually, occult ceremony and in London. And here we see this little baby, the death, this monster, the demons, this all-seeing eye, the pyramid, and it's full of occult symbolism. Next slide. The Russian Olympics, this is the information from the official website, which I checked myself. It says that there was this prayer ceremony to pagan gods, Apollo and other gods in Greece, where this fire was received from the sun by the blessing of Apollo. And then they ran all these thousands of kilometers with this fire. And they said that Zeus is giving medals, awards to the sportsmen, to the winners. So this is official paradigm. So this is a re-establishment of openly pagan traditions. Next one. Here is the famous singer Madonna, who is the high priestess of the pop music. And, she plays with the cross. And here she appeared in the Super Bowl, which is the sacred of the Holy of the Holies of American pop life. It's in between it's in the break of the Super Bowl final last year. And there was a performance where she played this Babylonian goddess Ishtar. And, this is the symbolism and all that. Next. We know what kind of messages many of the Hollywood movies are portraying and imposing on our people. Next slide. This is the very nice toys for little boys. So if you go to the toy shop, somebody seems to be putting half of the portfolio of all toys are monsters and the demons and, those guys. And this is for the little girls. So the girls are, this is the skull, skull. This is so the girls are encouraged to become witches, practice magic, and this is kind of cool. And this is a type of ideology that is brought on our children by somebody who wants them to do it. Next. The books, okay, next one. I was in Torino speaking at a conference of Lega North, anyway. And we went with my friend from Russian Duma, Mr. Zubarev, two of us, after seeing the shroud, the Torino shroud of Jesus Christ. Sindone. And then we went to this highest building in Torino, which is the landmark building with the view. Millions of people go there. It was a symbol of Olympics in Torino in 2006. And next slide. And I was surprised and shocked to see the 10-meter statue of Moloch, the pagan god, inside it. Officially, it's called the Museum of Cinema because this Moloch god was used in this Kabiria movie. But actually, next slide. This is my real picture. So you're supposed to meditate and meditate near this Moloch statue. And there are different pagan gods like here. And basically, it is a temple of Saturn in the middle of Europe. I was surprised. I asked those little Italian guys who were working there, who is this? And they said, it's Moloch. And I said, is he good or bad? They said, he's bad. But why is he here? No, he's from the cinema. So it's a, temple of Saturn. Then maybe this might be interesting for you being connected with Brussels and European Union. When we look into the history, and this is the original poster of European Union, it shows that Europe, many tongues, one voice. So actually it says that European Union continues the construction of the Tower of Babylon, which was a challenge to God from ancient people, which he punished. So this is kind of official ideology that is behind this formation. Unfortunately, there is this aspect, I suspect, because then it's easy to understand why God was not mentioned in the European Constitution, why by all means LGBT and anti-Christian behaviors are very much pushed on European member states. So I'm not sure how big this element is, but I think it might be there. I just want you to think about it. And then, if you go back, and this building of European Parliament resembles this famous painting of Bruegel of the Tower of Babylon. And there are some documents showing that was the official intention of the builders to show that this is the new Tower of Babylon. Next. If you go to the United States, we know that there was two root sources of American civilizations. There was many Christians who came to the United States, and there was also these other guys that were kind of not Christian. And we know that many symbols in America are full of non-Christian symbology. And here is the Statue of Liberty, Statue of Freedom, that are actually pagan goddess. So when they say we need to protect freedom and liberty, this capital in the United States, I was there recently, it is officially called the Temple of Liberty. And this lady that stands on top of the Capitol is actually a pagan goddess called Liberty, with this bird on her head, like in this Johnny Depp recent movie, this Lonely Ranger and all this. And there is the Egyptian column and many, many other connotations. So next one. In the Capitol, which is the temple, George Washington sits among 12 pagan gods. Here is the Neptune with the, Trizubits. And this Columbia, this is a district of Columbia. Columbia is American pagan goddess. Columbia Pictures, she holds this Luciferian torch. And George Washington sits not among Jesus Christ or apostles, but among pagan gods. And this is like the central American temple. And if you go to Washington, D.C., there is no church or sign of cross among the main buildings. So it's a different type of ideology. Next one. Here is the Denver airport. I traveled through it once. It's very strange construction. There is this horse from like Apocalypse, Anubis, ancient Egypt god of death, and those gargoulia and strange paintings. And supposedly there is this huge underground facility there. Anyway, so this is very strange things that shows that some of the elites are anti-Christian. Next. Here, if we go to communist Russia, as we know, it was also an anti-Christian attempt to build this godless civilization. Next one. They destroyed the Christ the Savior, and they wanted to build this huge Palace of Congresses. You see how much bigger it is than actual Christ the Savior. So it was huge, but they failed, and there was the swimming pool. So there was another attempt to build this new Tower of Babylon. Next one. And they replaced the double-headed eagles on Kremlin with the red stars. And next one. And the red star is a famous occult symbol, and it was the symbol of Cathars and Albigoy heresies in France in the Middle Ages, which Catholic Church has fought against, and their official symbol was the red star, 800 years before Bolsheviks, and their program was to kill the rich, redistribute property, kill the church, so it was the same basically ideology. Next one. And they built this mausoleum of Lenin, which reflects ancient pagan temples in America, Aztecas, Mayas, ancient Egypt, Babylon. So basically it resembles the ancient pagan occult temples where humans were sacrificed. And, you know, this Mel Gibson Apocalypto movie shows how it was. So actually it was the creation of this occult symbol in the middle of Russia. Next one. All those churches were destroyed during communism. Next one. Here are some examples to remind you of the anti-God, anti-religious propaganda in the Soviet Union. Next one. Next. And here is the number of Christian priests that were executed, killed by the communists in Russia over the time, and the maximum is in 1937, when there was 172,000 people were arrested and 90,000 were killed in 1 year alone. But those were the uninterrupted persecutions of Christians unseen in the world. Next one. Here is the data just to show you that there were 70,000 churches in the Russian in 1917, and basically most of them were destroyed by communists. But now, after the collapse of Soviet Union, we have a huge Christian revival in Russia. There was more than 30,000 churches built. The new churches, the restoration of the old ones, and we know that Christianity is becoming more and more the official ideology or doctrine or concept accepted by the vast majority of Russians. According to the recent poll survey, 77% of Russians believe in God, 69% are Orthodox Christians, 5% Muslims, and then 4% combined Catholics, Protestants, Judaists, and Buddhists, I guess. So 77% believe in God, which is an amazing thing. Next. And here is an important slide that this attack on the family values and Christianity 100 years ago took the shape and form of this Marxism attack. And now it takes the shape of LGBT activists attacking the church. So basically the role which was played by the terrorists, bombists of the end of 19th century, beginning of the 20th century in shaping and preparing ground for the Bolshevik revolution, this same role is played now by these LGBT radical feminists, gender theorists, to really move further social change and revolution, because their goal is the world revolution. The Marxists merged with the neo-Freudists through the Frankfurt School of Thought and in Tavistock Institute in London, and they said that in the new historic period, the agent of change is not proletariat anymore, but it's minorities, ethnic minorities, immigrants, sexual minorities, and we need to rely on them to bring about change and advance the social revolution. And there was this Georg Lukács, the Hungarian communist, in 1919. He was the first one to introduce sexual education in the Hungarian schools. In 1919, during a short time of Bela Kun Republic. because he said that until we destroy Christianity, there can be no social revolution. And the best way to destroy it through sexual education in schools. So what United Nations is doing was invented by the communist Marxists almost 100 years ago. Then there was this Italian communist Antonio Gramsci, who famously said that we don't need to take Почта, Telegraph, Почтамт, we don't need to take the political power up front as Bolsheviks did, but better, we need to take a long march through the institutions. It means we need to take Hollywood, mass media, academia, Oxford, Cambridge, universities, New York Times, and after we brainwash several generations of people, the political power will fall to us naturally. So it's not needed. And then they said that now we need to bring the revolution to the level of the family and explain to the women that they are oppressed by men as proletariat is oppressed by bourgeoisie. And then children needs to be given rights as well in order to revolt and destroy the family which was created by God. And then they said also we need to bring the revolution to the level of a person and say that all your inner desires, which are called sins and which are considered bad things in Christianity, should be liberated, like proletariat should be liberated from bourgeoisie. So this Christian morality or bourgeois morality or old traditions should be rejected, and in the new society there should be no religion, no restrictions, anybody wants to do anything. So that's why pedophilia is okay, euthanasia is okay, etc. Next. All right, so Bible clearly states both in the Old and New Testament that homosexuality is sin, but for quoting those verses from the Bible, you can now go to jail in Canada, in Western countries, more and more, because it's considered hate speech against homosexuals. So you cannot be consistent Christian anymore. There was this guy who distributed St. Paul messages from New Testament in Canada, and he went to jail. And this is basically leads to the situation as was in Soviet Union when Bible was illegal. That's the new reality in the liberal West. Next one. This is about Frankfurt School. Next. This is the map where homosexual marriage, so-called marriage, is legal and where it is still illegal. So the blue is where it is legal and yellowish colors where it is still illegal. But it's more and more countries, as we know, legalizing it, despite the protests. In France, about 2 million people protested in the streets, Manif pour tous, and it was ignored by the government of Hollande. Next one. Okay, here's the fertility rates in the world. People have less and less babies, and only in Africa there is still high fertility, but also going down, and basically all the population of the world will start shrinking soon. Next one. And here is the new wave, I'm just finishing, here is the new wave of persecutions against the church that take the form of this Pussy Riot of famine attacking the church now. With the support of the Western elites, we know Hollywood stars, they all love Pussy Riot, and the mayor of New York meets them. George Soros sponsors famine, those half-naked women that were cutting crosses last year. Next one. And next. Yes, and all those priests were killed in Russia in just last 10 years from Satanists or radical Wahhabis or someone else. So the persecution of the church continues now. Next one. And here are some of the recent posters against the church. They're very popular in the blogs now. So there is a very strong anti-church campaign in Russia, outside Russia, and everywhere in the world. But the sign of hope is that in Russia, at least, we have more and more people going to church. And there's millions of people basically waited long queues when the relics were brought recently from Mount Athos, and we have more and more people accepting that without Christian moral compass, there is no way for the future. Next one. So thank you very much. Those were some thoughts. Here is my email. If you want to mail me, you can write down alexey.y.komov@gmail.com if you have any questions or if you want to establish contact. And please remember about World Congress of Families that is happening in Moscow, and we welcome all of you there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alexey, for this, how to say, very, very strong presentation. Maybe somebody is ready to reply to Alexei or to comment or to launch some remarks or to contest or to explain how to organize our efforts better in order to resist. But before it, I'd like to announce a little change on our program to organize better our lunch break. I propose to offer the floor to Madam Ilona Brezme from Latvia. And after that, after lunch, Peter, yeah? If you agree. Yeah. Just a little bit. 2 people. Only 2 people. Please.
Labdien! Nu, pēc tik
Good afternoon.
izsmeļoša
The
iepriekšējā
previous speaker delivered a very detailed presentation, and it is very,
dzīvē mums ir
and I'm very glad to say that we have had the opportunity in our lives to
piedzīvot Dieva
to
žēlastību,
see
kas
the
mums ir
mercy,
atvērusi acis,
to
un es
experience the
varu teikt
mercy of
tiešām
God
sirsnīgi
that
paldies
opened our eyes. And I can just say big thank you to Mr. Como about this information that helps us understand the reality of modern life. I represent an NGO from Latvia, association called Family, that unites several NGOs that support the natural, traditional family in Latvia, the strengthening of traditional families that fight for the rights of unborn children, and so on. During the last 6 years, we have cooperated very successfully with the World Family Congress. We have organized 4 international fora in Latvia on natural families as a value and priority of the state. Various speakers from the Global Family Congress also participated. These events and many others have been very fruitful because we have understood that society has to be educated. Maybe 6 years ago, many asked us, why are you speaking about these things? Why do you want to strengthen the institution of the family, to strengthen family values? Then, in the course of time, it becomes more and more evident why it is necessary to defend the idea of a natural family. I have to say that the priority currently, or maybe is the weakest link currently, or the greatest opposition to the natural family, is implemented by this very pleasant notion of gender equality. These attacks on natural families, on the notion of natural families, are very varied. At the beginning, it was just the sexualization of youth, the deprivation of the value of family institution, and so on. But now, as far as I see, that now families are subjected to ideological pressure through this misunderstood gender identity and gender equality. And through these incorrect, improper things, we can also see, we can experience that the people who see these threats, this danger, so acutely, so clearly, they begin to unite, not only in NGOs, but also on political level, on international level. For example, NGOs create international organizations. So we try to do everything to protect this natural family. I would like to mention a European event that was held recently, and it was related to the Lunacek resolution that was unfortunately adopted on February 4th. But seeing the true goal of this resolution to equalize the so-called family models, beginning with the homosexual, transsexual, bisexual, and even intersexual families, to the natural family model. Seeing this, I would call it the dangerous trend. I do not see how much further we can go with these deviations. The society and the people start expressing their very strong reaction, opposition to these notions, and they try to protect the natural family. And our association joins the European initiative trying to defend the natural family. People try to send emails to members of the European Parliament, and irrespective of the fact that the politicians, in a way, ignored the opinion of the society, we have realized that the politicians that currently make decisions about our lives, they have to count with the opinion of the society. And at the end of my presentation, I would like to mention specific concrete things that we as association do. One of the last initiatives that we implemented as a result of the Lunacek experience, we have prepared letters to the members of the National Parliament of Latvia, to all the political groups that decide about the family policy, and we ask them specific questions on what will be their attitude towards similar resolutions. Will they oppose the implementation of such resolutions in the national, or transposition of these resolutions in the national legal act, or will they support the legalization of homosexual marriages? There are very many specific issues, questions there, and during the pre-election period, politicians face choices, because this is the time of choice, of making choices. Because only by educating the society, by educating the politicians, we can make sure that people change their opinions. I believe that this is a time of opportunity for us to join our forces, to educate, and to defend the only reasonable God-given institution, namely the institution of family, natural family. That is the only possible form for the society to continue to exist. And let us be successful in that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. And if you allow me, before our lunch break, a short remark about this very enthusiastic and specific movement of our countries from Soviet past to European present. Few months ago, I wrote an article about the specific dignitaries from Brussels, so-called commissars. Our movement looks a little bit comical, if I may say. We have to think how it was possible that today we can see that our achievement, our greatest achievement, is to replace red commissars by blue commissars. променяли красных комиссаров на голубых? And which kind of institutions, politics, networks, and tendencies we have to reject totally, because our initiatives, our good will, in my opinion, is not enough strong to reject this kind of projects. Thank you very much. Enjoy your meal. One hour to eat and to continue our talk. Thank you. Dear colleagues, we are continuing our conference, and let me to invite to our microphone our friend from Estonia, Peter Vosu, who is member of Advisory Council of European Christian Political Movement. Peter.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to represent here European Christian Political Movement, but also our party in Estonia, Christian Democrats, that are now a part of IRL, and to say many greetings from the ECPM, which is, maybe many of you don't know, what is ECPM. ECPM is one of the European political parties, one of the 10 political parties, and it's one of the smallest ones, but sometimes small ones know how to make loud voice. So we want to be a loud voice of Christians in the European institutions. I'm happy to present a topic here also, but at the beginning I want to say that many of the items that I had in my mind have been very well covered, and of course family strategy is a big topic. You can talk for days and you can teach for years about this, and it's never ending. And it's sometimes even not very easy to bring out what is the most important for the audience, and what are the items here that really complement the conference, so that you would get out the best and the thoughts that will help us to make better policies. So I will go according to my presentation on the PowerPoint, but I will just very shortly cover most of it and bring out some of the items here just shortly. So this is a problem that we have with our families and redefinition of the family. And the first heading I put here, is this a hard or soft problem? Normally in economic world they present like economic items are hard topics, and all the moral items are soft ones. So that what is important for a country, of course, that the economy would work, that we would have the growth of GDP and so on. But what about family topics? Okay, this concerns maybe some NGO groups, let them talk about this, and this is not really important thing. I think we don't think that it's a right approach. Family concerns more aspects than we can think about from the first glimpse. And it has been already discussed that family has redefined already in most of Europe. I come from Estonia, and it's not redefined in Estonia yet. I say it very cautiously, very carefully, because we don't want to redefine our family. And it's just thanks to one of the coalition partners that our Christian Democrats joined also, The IRL said that this is the condition, this is the coalition treaty, that we are not going to redefine our family. And it means not only to legalize the marriage, but not to legalize any kind of civil partnership of the same sex. And it's possible in European Union, because it's not a European topic, it's a topic of a member country. Although many loud voices come from European Union that we have the rights, we need to give the equal rights to the minority groups, which is also which one of them is also a same-sex partners and so on, but we haven't done it. And in Estonia, I can say that maybe about 70-75% of the people would be against it. And it's normal that in this kind of situation, no government wants to make an unpopular decision, or at least not to make it before election. So it's more like, okay, let's wait until the elections are over, and then let's bring the topic back. We had long discussions about the civil partnership, and even the Ministry of Justice gave 3 different options that what would be the best for Estonia: to legalize, to have the same-sex marriage, to have civil partnership, or to do nothing. And we proposed the last one, that we like our situation as it is. And right now it's okay. We will have election, the parliamentary election, in a year, so we will see what will come out. But I'm sure that shortly before the election, no one wants to make any changes, because it's not popular. And I think I will come back to this topic once again. So that, is there a possible alternative? I would say that yes, there is, and we shouldn't give in so easily. Family concerns all issues of society, and I think we already heard most of these things, that it has really long-term impact on society. If we redefine family, it has been through history always a union of a man and a wife. And I think that 30 years ago, if anybody would have spoken about what is a family, everybody would have said that, why such a question? Because everybody knows that it must be a man and a woman, and maybe children. But now it's a big issue, that what can be a family, and we don't know if we will go on like this, what will come out. Family is not only about sex, it's also about the smallest and the first cell of society. And I think that growing up in a family, we all remember us growing up in a family. Some have very good memories, some have maybe painful memories. Some maybe had not so healthy family. But we know that we all have our memories, and that's how we see the world. That's really how we came to understand the world, how the family was working, how the authority was in the family, how it was shared, how the work tasks were shared in the family, and many other things. The scientists have said that a person growing up will have his or her character formed during the first 3 years growing up in a family. If you grow up in a family that is not a natural family, we don't know what kind of character will develop in this child. It's also a model for all other structures. But of course, short-term impact for demography and demographical change in Europe is threatening to everybody. I think that nobody knows how to go on from there. And I will look at this topic a bit more in the course of my presentation. Development of society, education, work ethics, and many other things. Our Europe has become borderless Europe, and liberal lobby has been very successful. I remember when Croatia was trying to state in the law, in the basic law, that the family consists of a man and a woman, that many threats were sent from European institutions that you cannot become a member of European Union if you don't legalize same-sex marriage. And they were thinking that these were real, these threats. But it's not really so. But many people, many lobby groups speak on behalf of Europe and not even revealing that they have no right to do so. So that basically, in the name of European Union, many threats are given out that have no basis. But as most of the Europe has legalized same-sex partnership, they have more questions than answers right now. They don't know what is the limit, and somebody already mentioned here also that, okay, it's now the same-sex partnership. And on many occasions, the gay lobby groups have said that we just want to have a little bit of legal rights as just to have our common property and maybe to have our life a bit easier. That we want the equal rights, but it's like with most of the groups that demand equal rights. The first thing is, okay, we demand equal rights. The second thing is we demand special rights. That's what these lobby groups normally do. Okay, this was not the limit that the civil partnership was formed. Now they want to have the same-sex marriage. Okay, what does it mean? It means that if, for example, in Estonia, who marries people? There are some civil offices that marry people, but also pastors, churches, have legal right to marry two people. And if this is a law that the marriage would be legal between the same-sex partners, then, for example, a clergy of a church should be willing to marry them. Otherwise, they ignore the law. And can you imagine that this is happening in many countries? So that the pastors who don't do it, they don't qualify to be pastors of churches. So that they have to step against against the Bible, first of all, but also against their conscience. So this makes it very difficult. But of course, it's not only that what does it mean that if the same-sex marriages will get permission to marry. This is certainly not the limit. Very soon there will be polygamy, because I know that in the UK it is already the case that some families move there from Pakistan, from India, and they say that, okay, we are a family, maybe a husband and 4 wives. And they move in, and in the UK I know that according to their law, if they are married before somewhere else and they have polygamy there, they can be a married group already in the UK. And of course, this is probably also not the limit, because maybe some kind of cluster marriages or whatever may become a wish of some groups, and they would say that, okay, why do you give the rights to one group but not to us? So that basically the things cannot be stopped if we don't say that we stand on the basis, on the ground of real marriage. So we must be very much aware that these lobby groups don't really stop there. And of course, it's not only that they want to get married or they want to legalize it, but whenever it has happened and it is a legal marriage, like a union between a man and a wife, then the next thing is happening. They would turn to the Ministry of Education and say that, why do you have in your textbooks of the school, why do you have married couples always, a man and a wife? Why wouldn't you have other kind of married groups or married couples? So that basically, whenever you legalize it, they will have all the rights to demand the next steps. And this will redefine the marriage for our societies. And of course, little boys and girls already start thinking that, okay, whenever I think of having my own family, what kind of family I would like to have. Maybe I would like to marry a boy or a girl, or maybe many boys or many girls, so that this is a real problem of the society. In Europe, we have a difficult situation right now. I think that all the countries are struggling with negative birth rate, immigration from the third world that is meant to replace the negative birth rate, to help societies to have more young people, more big families, because but of course then the cultural problems occur. And what are the cultural problems? Because it's not any news that in Sweden, in Stockholm already, some groups turn around cars and burn them and burn houses and throw stones at people. And if you ask, why are they doing it? They say that we are not accepted as the first-class citizens. We feel as the second-class citizens. I don't know any better place for an immigrant to go than to Sweden. They get all the rights, they get much more. And if they don't feel good there, where would they feel good? I don't know anywhere in the world where they would be treated better. But it shows that the cultural problems occur. The social problems, of course. The immigrants come and they are accepted to solve the social problems, the problems of negative birth rate. But what will happen when they come? They will need social aid, so that it's not really solving the problem, but it's rather creating a problem. The pension system is in danger, and I'm not very old yet, but not very young anymore. And many people have asked me that, what about your pension plans, and especially banks are very aggressive about this thing, and they are very, very upset when I say that I don't believe in pension in Europe. I think that I have to save in some other ways, because whenever I'll be in that age, there will probably be no pension, or such small marginal amount of money that will not help much. Maybe it will be a good addition to the real income. So that in Europe we have a real problem, and what creates the problem? Of course, there are many aspects, and I cannot get into details because my time will be over very soon. But of course, I will just name a few of them. Problems that success is measured by position, not the size of the family. And I think that one of the real problems is that always people tell about that the women have the right to be successful, but it means that not the right to grow up a good size of family because it's considered as a failure, but to be successful, maybe to be in a good position or have good job. But this sends another message that if you have a good family and you grow up 5 children and spend maybe 10 years on it, then you are a failure. Redefined family is not meant to last forever, but last until the passion lasts. And I think that the teaching of the family is also changed. It's not only the same-sex couples, but it's also you get married for just however you like long. So it's not meant to last forever. Nobody marries with the thought that, okay, we will grow up together, we will get old together, we will grow our children together. But it's more like, okay, we just feel like trying to live together for some time, but it's not meant to be forever. And the children get more protected by state than by family, even protected from the domestic violence. So that authority shift from family to the state. And it's, I think this is also one of the very unfortunate shift in our society. The Western society has no solution. As I said, are we getting pension in 20 years? Societies are aging, diminishing West versus growing third world. What is called family in 20 years? How the lack of standards impact growing generation? These are all questions that are not answered. Different opinions are not accepted, freedom of conscience in stake, so that people cannot even say that I think that traditional marriage is the only way, then you are thought to be against all the progressive thought. And the state is taking role of parents, telling what you can teach them, what you cannot, and it was also elaborated already before me. And these are mainly the left-wing ideologies, and unfortunately they are growing ideologies in Europe now. And in conclusion, who need to redefine family? I think this has been the ideology of the left wing right now. What will be the result if we give in? I'm sure that there will be no limit of doing it. Is there anything we can do? I think that we can do, and the only thing is we shouldn't make the first step. We shouldn't say that, okay, that let the civil partnership be legal in our countries, and that's the limit we go. And I think that we really need to be very consistent. And just one example about Estonian situation before I finish. In Estonia, as I said, about 75% of the people are against redefining family. I've been writing many articles in our papers, in our online media about redefining family. And one of the points that I've always pointed out is that how many people of the same sex would like to get married. And I think this is also a good point if you need a good argument for your country. And it has been calculated also in Estonia that maybe there are 1% or 2% homosexuals. Maybe a few of them would like to get married. And some groups made a calculation kind of taking in consideration the average. And in the whole country of Estonia, about 60 to 70 people of the same sex would like to get married. It's funny that in all the other laws that we accept in our parliament, we ask very specific things about the bill that we present. We ask for a thorough research, what is in stake there. But about the same-sex marriage, nobody asks. How many people would it concern at all? And if the whole country, in the whole country, only 60 or 70 people would like to get married, and we would need to redefine the institution of marriage for them, I think this is the most stupid thing we can do. And I think that we should ask the right questions also when we debate about these things. We don't need to confirm each other here that traditional marriage is the best. I think that in this room we all believe in this. But we really need to have good arguments whenever we happen to argue about our rights. And it's better if we are not seem to be against something old-fashioned and or against something new and for something old-fashioned, but we really come out with a valid thoughts and facts, and we will certainly feel much stronger, and I hope with God's help we will win. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter. And now I am inviting to speak Mr. Mario Marazziti from Italy. He is head of the Per Italia group in the Commission for Foreign Affairs of the Camera dei Deputati, and also president of the Permanent Human Rights Committee of the Camera dei Deputati. Please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all. I apologize with the translators because I will not follow much the text that I sent, because you said so many interesting things that it is better if I can enter in the discussion more than. So let me say, first, I hope that even in the future we will be able to say our mother Russia and not our parent one or parent two Russia. So I think that where we are going, I don't think that will destroy all this. I think that there are lobbies, minorities, a cultural trend, but I also think that Christianity survived incredibly more aggressive persecutions. So I don't think that Christianity, the very core of Christianity, is really at risk, because the Holy Spirit will find a way. We must not resist the Holy Spirit. There is a political problem. We are in Europe, and some things are happening in the Western world. But I just come from Geneva. I was at the United Nations Human Rights Sessions that happens there every year. And there was an exhibition, beautiful pictures, photographs, terrible photographs, about forced marriages. Yemen girls forced to, like slaves, to marry people. And other countries, or some things in India or in other places. And the United Nations feeling is that this is very bad. And the feeling of the United Nations is that that is very bad is because there is a Christian history that has made this feeling become universal feeling. So we think that slavery is bad. In that case, it was slavery. So I think that we can approach the problem we are speaking about today with two different possible options. One is there is this enormous trendy wave of, let's say, liberal thinking that is going to undermine our societies. Or how can we create breakthroughs in this wave of thinking so that our societies, after the crisis they are in now, can find the energy to create a more imaginative solution where we can really support individual rights, but really support the basic cell of society that is family. I just give you an experience. In the Italian parliament, in this moment, in the House of Representatives, there are, out of 600, 350 members elected in the Democratic Party, more than 100 people elected by the new movement of protest, 5 Stars, that is on these issues exactly the banality of what is obvious, GLBT, whatever. So there is a majority of 450 out of 600, and all the other 150 do not think in the same way. So when arrives the law, the bill on homophobia, there are no chances to win. We can do whatever we can. We can burn ourselves. We cannot win. 450 to 50 to 80 to 100. Well, I've been working with other Catholic, Christian members of the parliament in different parties. And we convinced the Democratic Party that so as to keep the country united, that bill should be completely rewritten, not just amended. But we expanded the let's say, the discrimination bills that already existed, also to homophobia. But making a big difference between just different thinking and positive actions, violent actions against. So we must guarantee everyone that no violent action can be taken against anyone, maybe a gay person, or maybe a poor person, or maybe an immigrant, or maybe an old person, or maybe a woman, or maybe whoever. But whoever must be free to think. We cannot reduce the freedom of thinking, because we will never win that battle. We must focus on the border that says every positive action against a person, every violent action must be prevented and forbidden. In this way, a priest that says the family and the marriage is between a man and a woman can say, and whoever does not agree cannot do anything. But if we just fight wall against wall, we would have lost in the Italian parliament. In Italy, we would have this year the first judges that could say, well, that priest is saying something wrong. So I think that we must be must strategize and to decide how to. I think that a very important teaching comes from Pope Francis. The Catholic Church was in a deep crisis just up to a year ago, when Pope Benedict, with an incredible courage of the spirit, resigned so as to give the energy to the Catholic Church to react to the crisis. And just in a year, not because the doctrine has changed, not because 1 inch of the truth has changed, but I can tell you that the wave that was supporting the liberals, pro-liberal thinking, well, is still there. But there is another wave, even outside the borders of the Catholic Church, that is incredibly in favor of the Church. So a year ago was completely impossible to be thought. But this is not happening in Rome. This is happening worldwide. So, and what is doing Pope Francis? Pope Francis is saying, well, mercy, love. Mercy and love and tenderness. Or he says, I was in St. Peter's Square when he said, well, many ask me, has the church to be closed in the borders or go out of the door? Of course, if we are inside the borders, the home, we risk less. The church is like a house. But if a house keeps the doors and the windows closed too long, it smells and does not attract anyone. Then I prefer, he said, a church that can have an accident, because going out there is the streetcar, there are cars. A church that can be incidentata, that can have an accident, than a church that stays closed. And then he added, but why have we to open the doors? Not because God is at the door and knocks. But he knocks the door not because he wants to enter, but because he wants to go out. So in this moment, I think that the big challenge that we have on this theme is, we have to resist and then maybe to postpone the day of the defeat? Or have we to open the door not to wrong behaviors, but the door to communicate that the church is mercy, is love, is welcoming, is the one who takes care of the elderly, of the poor, of the weak, of the children, and then maybe that we will also find a way to create a different wave. Because let's say, we have to liberate this issue from just being the defense of traditional way of living. Because if we fight our battle between traditional way of living and modernity, I think that there will be areas in the world where this process will be delayed. But it is a not equal battle. Because at the internet time, we have seen also in the so-called Arab Spring process, and let's say, we are speaking of tradition, of values, of memories, but at the internet time, it's only what is in the present. No past, no future. So then I want just to say 2 or 3 things on this. I come from an experience that is called the Community of Sant'Egidio. Started in Rome, based in Rome, active ecumenically with the Orthodox Church, with the Catholic Church, the Protestant churches, working for peace with the homeless, with the elderly, with all the people who are marginalized. We are strongly pro-life. Life must be defended from the very beginning to the very natural end. We are strongly helping women to keep their children and no abortion, but we have to help them. Otherwise, how can they do? And then we are fighting against the death penalty worldwide because it is the same battle. So we are working on one word, that is life. And in this moment, we here in this room are really pro-life, but we have to think that life is the only thing that nobody can give himself by himself. Life means relationship, means a we and not just an I. Because this is the problem of now our times, individualism. All the battle on civil rights, on gay marriage, on same-sex marriage, on whatever, is always based on the right of the individuals, or the right of the people, the individuals, that wants to become a social right and have a social personality and a legal personality. This is where the conflict between family and other way of living comes to fight. But individualism is something that is making poorer the West and poorer Europe, not just in money. This is what is the basis for fear, because there are no communities. Then you need more cameras against bandits. Then there is insecurity and the people hate each other or are afraid of each other. Then a lot of investment in security and not in social services and so on. So individualism is the disease of our times. So, and then this is why I'm not entering the issue that you touch very thoroughly and with many data and very great attention. But I think that to win the battle, we must create, I'm, let's say, the head of the Popolari per l'Italia, so I'm one of the Christian Democrats, the new, we are trying to be the new Christian Democrats in Italy. But in this moment, politics is, part of the new politics is based on the internet. I think that we must put the people in the center, so the real human beings. We must start speaking again with the real human beings to make feel every human being important. I think that a sort of artisan style way of doing politics can seem in the short term weak, but I think it's the real answer to individualism, because we have to recreate politics that is, creates communities of communities. And we have to help Europe to regain a soul. Because the problem is not Europe, because without Europe, we would have the Iron Curtain. Without Europe, we would have had a third world war with such an economic crisis, because after the 20s, the World War came because there was a big economic crisis that was smaller than the crisis of today. So without Europe, we would not have peace. We would not have freedom, justice, equality, at least as aspiration. And freedom, justice, equality, the French Revolution, are the result of Christianity. It's not the defeat of Christianity, it's the winning of Christianity. So I think that we now, and conclude, should work to recreate some kind of politics capable to recreate communities. Second, to help Europe to have a soul, creating Europe as a place where every community and cultural tradition can feel at home, not in distress. Third, I think that sometimes we obtain results showing how beautiful are Christians because they are full of mercy and full of love, and not just saying that Christians are those who are defending the way of living of our elderly. And we now, and conclude, can have some battles to do. For instance, what is very weak in all the battle for same-sex marriage and so on is that they do not care about the rights of children. And this is something that Europe is very sensitive to. So let's work on all the problems of children. Then Europe does not know what to do with the age of the elderly. We have now living 20 years more than 50 years ago. So Europe and the Western world does not know what to do with the elderly because they do not know. But in this moment, this is why euthanasia is becoming strong. But we have to create the dignity of the years. You have to create the solutions for the life of the elderly. And this is the way in which we recreate the need for the real family. Because we need to show how the elderly are part of our society and fight against all the temptations to put the elderly outside, the immigrants outside, the poor, the homeless outside. That is what is starting in times of crisis and in Europe and in the Western world. So I think that if we demonstrate that when a person is old, some social services and some health services and treatment is not given to them because they are old, because it is not cost effective. If we start defending society to help treat well their elderly, we will go back also to defense of the family and to help Europe to have a soul and not just to be a bunch of individuals. Coming to Latvia, I have read that you have an incredible high rate of divorces. I think I read 49% of divorces, and that half of the marriages that used to take place in the 70s do not take place now. And I heard that 1/3 of the population is abroad. I think that we must copy the system to create a family-friendly system. We must copy, in this case, for instance, France. France is really helping women to have their children, to stay in their families if they want, to have a flexibility between jobs and not. And if you create a system where single mothers can stay here, supported and with a chance for their children to study, they will not go to UK where there are the benefits regime. They will not go to Sweden, and they will not go somewhere else. I think that we must work on laws that protect families even in a practical way. And I think that we will meet again and we will find a better atmosphere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maracinti. Now I invite you to speak our very old friend from Germany, Dr. Norbert Neuhaus, who is representing today the Foundation for Family Values. He is chairman of this foundation. Norbert is speaking many languages, including Romanian, but today probably he will speak not in Latvian, but in English.
Okay. I must speak in English. Also, English is not my favorite language. I prefer French or Romanian. We have spoken a lot about same-sex marriages, and don't want to enter in this issue because we have said enough. Only have a look to the statistics, and then you will see, when you compare the normal marriage with the same-sex, not same-sex marriage, we have same-sex partnership. You can register as a same-sex partnership. You will see it's only in a promille, not a percent, a promille of couples who want to have a registration right. Therefore, this figure shows clearly that it's not a question of minority, it's a question of an ideology issue to change the situation. But we have also in the normal family policy we have a lot of discussions, because we have two basic different approaches. What should a family do? We have our Christian and traditional view of family, and we have, since Sweden times, since the time of Mrs. Myrdal, who was Minister of Family in Sweden, another conception of what is family. I want to explain a little bit the differences, and then you understand perhaps also where we must act. And we have in Germany actually a very big discussion. Unfortunately, it's not a discussion between social democratic and Christian democratic. It is also within the Christian Democratic Union. There are the former Minister of Family, which is now the Minister of Defense. She was somebody who, mother of 7 children, who was promoting just the opposite of the Christian family values. And this is quite interesting to see. Well, the Christian view of man, I think you know it. It's a question of complementarity of man and woman. It's a question also that to a woman, a very important part of to be a woman is to become mother. And but on the other side, the modalistic view is that man is working in society. That's to say, the Marxist definition of man. And if you have a look to the theory of Friedrich Engels, he says in the modern individual family is based on an open or hidden slavery of the woman within the family. The man, the husband, is a bourgeois, and his wife represented a proletariat. This will say we must liberate the woman from this slavery by a revolution in the family. And behind that is a question that not that man and woman in his or in their complementarity are considered, but they are considered as equal, not equal in rights, but equality. This is other things. Well, this is the basic. And now, what is the sense of life? The sense of life for us is family, love. The family is the first place of socialization. The sense of life is to become a holy person, if we can. Therefore, we go to the sacraments of the church and to find our fulfillment in love. But the sense of a materialistic view of man, the sense of life in a materialistic view of man, is completely different. It's a question of production, question of consumption, is a question of libido. You will find Freud. And the question here is for the woman, we must, and this is the point of the modernism, they want to give the woman freedom. And freedom is defined to be free of the burden of raising up children. To be free on the burden to care on the old people in the family. That's to be autonomous and free and to do what you want. And this is a form of emancipation where they want to push in the society. The Christian view, the traditional view, is a view of subsidiarity, that each family has the freedom of choice. Who keeps at home, who is going to work, who, if they both work, how they organize, and is a freedom of choice. And it was always, for long, long decades, the trade unions, but also the Christian, have asked to have a salary which permit that one person can feed the whole family. To have a family salary which is adapted to the family. But actually the situation is completely different. Even in the rich countries, it's quite difficult for a family if there's only the husband or only one person, or can be also the wife, who gets a salary. With one salary, it's quite difficult to survive. And the view of the traditional family is that the state and the community must help the parents to educate the children to become responsible and socially integrated personalities. That's to say, it's a subsidiary approach. The family must do this, is responsible, is the first responsible, and the community is giving the help by different ways. It's a question of solidarity of the society. And that the parents have time for education, that the time they spend for their children will be also recognized in the pension schemes, that there are educational education, or a parent out time, and other things which was introduced during 40 years in the German legislation. Now, since 2002, we are in another situation. They want to give back the freedom to the woman. That's to say, to be autonomous and not dependent. And this will say that they make more and more pressure on the woman to work in a full-time job all the time. They make pressure. It's not a question of choice. It's a question of pressure. And they changed in the last years the legislation. For instance, the pension schemes. We have actually the struggle that the Christian Democratic Party want that the mothers who were at home and had take care of the time, sacrificed their time for the children, will get some more points for the pension schemes. The socialists are against that. Well, we will see which will be the result of the discussion, because it's clear it's a quite expensive thing. But if you look to the sustainability, what happened actually? Actually happened that the families who everybody is paying in the pension scheme, and this money is taken to pay the old persons now. We have our system is not based on a capital system, but it's based on that the money coming in is directly given to the people which are in pension. And the family has the burden to pay all the costs for the children. And what they are doing, they make the investment in time and in money in children, that these children can pay the pension scheme of the other couples which don't have children and enjoy their life because they don't have to pay for their children, because they don't have. And here is the most unjust situation where we must show, because this is independent. This is independent of the fact, if you have the system as in Germany, that the money which come in is directly get out for the people which are actually in pension, or if you have a capital-based system, because if in a macroeconomic view, you can only distribute what is produced in this year, independent. If you get, you have you have no, Anspruch, I don't know what this is in English. It's independent if you have a capital, that's to say you get your interest rate on, or if you get in the other system your pension. It can only be distributed what is produced in time. In this year, you can only eat the potatoes which are produced now. You cannot eat the potatoes 10 or 15 years ago. This is not possible. And this you must have always in mind if you speak about pension time. But in the pension schemes, they want that the woman all the time has a full-time job and continues to contribute to the pension scheme. First. Second point is divorce. Before, we had a system that the husband, or the person who earned the money, must compensate the time where the other partner was at home and worked at home. It's not so that the people, a woman, for instance, a mother who keeps at home is working all the time. We cannot only appreciate the work of a woman which is working in a job in the economy. And there the financial compensation was reduced systematically, so that now a lot of women, when they came in the situation of divorce, they don't have nothing. And it is also to force the woman to be independent, autonomous. They are discussing actually to reduce the fiscal splitting. They don't want to in the socialist time, they tried to reduce the allocation for children, and even they are discussing a voucher system, that the money is not going to the family, but there are some vouchers, and these vouchers are to get special standardized services from the state, which the state defines. So and the main discussion actually is that that they want to have a system of creche. I looked in my dictionary to see how I can say Kreis, Krippen, we say in German, how we can say it in English, and I found a wonderful word. It was baby farm, and this word baby farm shows in reality what happened. They want to keep out the children and say the parents are not able to educate in an adequate way. Therefore, we must take it in public institution where we have professionals who educate the children from the early beginning. And in the last years, there was invested a lot of money to make these baby farms or this system of creche, which costs quite more money than to give the freedom to the mother financially to say, I keep at home and I get 300 or 400 euros by month to work, to do my work in investment in human capital. I'm with my children, and because the educational work at home is a work. It's work. But the idea is only how to force the woman to have a full-time job. All surveys shows that a lot of women said, I want to be at home when the children are small, and after, when they are 3 or 4 years, then I want to have a half-time job, because then I can combine. I'm in economic activities, and I can combine this with my obligation in the family. But this is not, they don't want to have it. They want that the whole system is doing, and the trend is that the state take over all things, that the schools are full-time schools or full-day schools, that already with 1 year the children are going in the creche and then in the kindergarten and so on. And so finally to get children becomes like a hobby in leisure time. And this is, but behind this is a socialistic view of family. If you look to the socialist kibbutzim in Israel, there you can see it really. They have separated houses. I was in one of these kibbutz, and I saw that the family, let's just say, father and mother lived in their little apartment, and the children lived in the houses of children. This is the idea of that. And the problem is that marriage and family, marriage has a contractual character, is one. But these contractual character change in the institutional one in the moment when you have children, because children make that there is a band or tie of identity, because you see, if you can feel it when you have a patchwork family, and when there is a difference between the man and the woman, automatically, or in 99% we can say, the children of the man, of the husband, are with the father, and the children of the wife are with the mother. And automatically, because it is a question of identity, it's a question of identity, and or even if you have adopted a person, a child, after a while, this child wants to know who is my father, who is my mother, because they needed to know, because for their identity, where I am coming from. And this is very important. And so it's not an autonomous contract where I can, when I make a wedding, it's more than that. It's to enter in an institution which was given by God, and where we have this intergenerative context. Well, in the last times we have, in Germany especially, in Baden-Württemberg, the issues of sexual education. In Baden-Württemberg is the first country where the Greens have now the position of prime minister, and this prime minister is a very renowned Catholic person too. But the politics which are doing the Greens in Baden-Württemberg is just all this liberal thinking about gender and so on. And they are making actually a plan for sexual education in schools, which revolted, or the parents are revolted. And there we see another aspect. All people speak about tolerance, especially this minority. We must have a tolerance to this minority. But in reality, if somebody say, "Oh, I'm not, I don't want to have gender," then they become very intolerant. And even there was more than 10,000 families which made a protest against this sexual education program, and they were really, it was aggressive or aggressed by these people physically. That's to say, tolerance is not only a one-way street. It must be tolerance in both sectors. And we must not forget, tolerance will not say acceptance. I can tolerate something, But this will not say that I accept it for me and say it's true for me. And this difference between tolerance and acceptance must be clarified always in the discussion, because in relativism, acceptance and tolerance is the same thing, but it's not the same thing. Okay, excuse my bad English. I could not express what I wanted to say as accurately as my other speakers before, but I hope to understand the different approaches, and we have a big fight in the normal policy how we resolve the problems of the families. It is the most important thing to liberate the woman of the burden of the family and to give this burden to the state, who cannot really do it, because the state is only an administration. They can administer, they can give some money, they can organize some services. But the difference is when it is in a family and we have the subsidiary system, then there we have love. There we have really personal relationship. And this is quite another thing. And in all discussion, we have the same effect, like Peter said to us, a minority is a small minority. When we are speaking about the different forms of family, monoparental families or patchwork families and so on, if you look to the statistics in Germany, more than 75% of the children are living in families with their father and mother, their natural father and mother. That's to say, the situation is quite more and quite better than the political discussion shows. The problems are not so big. They are big, why we have divorces and so on, but they are not so big that we must change the whole system because these problems are bigger than the majority. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Norbert. Thank you very much for your very consistent presentation. And now I am inviting Mr. Pavel Parfentiev, who is from Russia. He is representing Family Policy Advocacy Group, Managing Director, also World Congress of Families Ambassador to the European institutions, and for Family Rights NGO, he is chairman of this non-governmental organization. Please, Pavel.
Can we expand it? So, I'm not sure if it is working properly. Not all the pictures are shown. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, Your Excellency. First of all, I should comment on all the presentations that were made before me. I agree with some of my colleagues that it is very necessary to promote the family and the family policy in a positive sense. But at the same time, we should say that we face the very aggressive totalitarian ideology that is attacking family from all the sides. And of course, it is necessary to promote the family, but also to protect the family. And that is what my presentations would be devoted to. And I would be speaking mostly about the protecting the natural family at the international level and in some legal terms. And it is very important to understand that the very primary aim of the law at each level is not to regulate, but to protect the things that is really important and that are really valuable for us. And now we face a situation when sometimes law fails to protect but starts to destroy, and it is a problem. And to resolve this problem, we should go back again to the foundations and to understand what, for example, international norms are really about. So, okay. The family based on a marital union of a man and a woman and aimed at the begetting and raising of children is the foundation of the human society of every culture and all the civilizations. And this simple truth is universal, that is, it is universally acknowledged wherever there is still humanity left. For to deny it is to deny the very human nature and to threaten the very existence of humankind. This truth is well documented in the universally recognized international human rights instruments. For example, Article 16 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states that the family is the natural and fundamental group unit of society and is entitled to protection by society and the state. This provision has been cited in numerous binding norms of international human rights law, including International Covenant on the Civil and Political Rights and International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, and also in the preamble to the United Nations Conventions on the rights of persons with disabilities and on the rights of the child. And the Convention of the Rights of the Child also states its conviction that the family is the fundamental group of the society and the natural environment for the growth and well-being of all its members, and particularly children. So any interpretation of the norms of international human rights law must therefore proceed from the notion that the family is the natural and fundamental group unit of society and is entitled to the protection by society and the state, being a principle universally recognized in international law. Next. So the term family is clearly and unequivocally associated with a marital union between a man and a woman in both Universal Declaration of Human Rights and in many other international human rights treaties, which form its meaning on the basis of it being the natural and fundamental group. Universal Declaration on Human Rights says, for example, that men and women of old age without any limitation due to race, nationality or religion have the right to marry and to found a family. It is clear from this provision that the possibility of founding a family is linked to the marriage of a man and a woman. The family is entitled to special protection because it is the natural environment for the birth and upbringing of children. Accordingly, the International Covenant on Economical, Social and Cultural Rights requires that the widest possible protection and assistance should be accorded to the family, which is the natural and fundamental group unit of society, particularly for its establishment and while it is responsible for the care and education of dependent children. So special protection by society and the state enjoyed by the family result first and foremost from the paramount importance of its procreative function, which necessitates the mutual complementarity of the spouse's sexes and the degree of stability of marital union itself. It is obvious that it is not because of the mutual sympathy or intimate relationships between the spouses per se that the dedicated provisions of these international instruments entitle the family to special protection, but by virtue of the special value the society places on the family as the primary natural establishment for its reproduction. International norms protect the family as the natural origin of mankind, of each and every society. Only a stable union of a man and a woman can fulfill this role. The fact that dealing with the right to marry and found a family, all major international legal instruments stress the mutual complementarity of man and woman, merits particular attention. It should be noted that nearly all of the rights, both positive and negative, proclaimed by the fundamental human rights treaties, including the European Convention on Human Rights, for example, were presented as individual rights, beginning with either everyone has the right to, or no one shall be subjected to. However, speaking of the right to marry and found a family, to stress the special character of this right, all the major international legal documents employ an entirely different formula. I mean, men and women have the right to marry and to found a family. Hence, the right to marry and found a family is by its nature not individual, belonging not to any one person, but through the mutual complementarity of the sexes, specifically to men and women. This explicit indication, along with Universal Declaration of Human Rights and other international instruments' references to the natural character of the family, would have made no sense were the use of the term family taken to mean anything other than the marital union of a man and a woman. This showed that the only type of union acknowledged by universally recognized norms of international law, including the European Convention of Human Rights and others, as a family in the proper sense is the marital union of a man and a woman and their children. Next one, please. Sorry for the misprint here. Unfortunately, in the recent time, we've seen many persistent attempts to redefine marriage through either legislative activities or judicial activism in many countries, including EU member states. Taking a holistic and systematic approach to fundamental human rights instruments in their relation to human nature itself, we should state that these attempts to redefine or rather destroy the nature of family based on the marital union of a man and a woman are violating a number of important fundamental human rights, such as the right of man and woman to marry and to found a family and not to enter some indefinite sort of union. The exclusive right enjoyed by the family as a natural and fundamental unit of the society and not by any other kind of union to get a unique kind of protection and support from society and the state. The right of children to know and be cared for by his or her parents, that is by a father and a mother. And the right of children to live in the genuine natural environment for their growth and well-being, which is the natural family. In addition, it's necessary to mention that these attempts are also leading to social instability and massive popular protests and are violating the religious consciousness and religious freedoms of many people. Next, please. All the basic human rights are interrelated. That leads to understanding that the rights related to the protection of the natural family are closely and even inseparably linked to the fundamental rights of the parents and their protection. This is another key issue of the modernity. Fundamental rights of the parents closely connected to ensuring the normal development and well-being of children are widely violated now in many countries including EU member states. The short list of these widely violated rights includes at least the following. The right to bring up and educate children without undue interference from the state. That is sovereignty of the family. The prior right to choose the kind of education for their children, including the freedom to choose family education as an option, home education as an option, educational freedom of the family. The right to provide direction and guidance in the exercise of their children's rights, the right for parental direction. The right not to be separated from their child against their will without grave reason, the right to the family integrity. And the liberty to ensure the religious and moral education of their children in conformity with their own conviction, the religion freedom in education owned by the family. Next one, please. In general, the analysis of the universal human rights framework leads us to the conviction that there are cornerstones of human rights well known from the Judeo-Christian tradition. All of them are related to the natural family as the foundation of any human society. These foundational rights safeguard such basic values as a marriage between a man and a woman, the sanctity of life from conception to natural death, the protected status of the natural family and family sovereignty, the natural rights of the parents, and the religious freedom of the family. It's obvious for the thoughtful and attentive observer that these values and rights are the very values and rights that are being constantly and persistently attacked now at nearly all levels of social, legal, and political life. Let me just provide a short list of the relevant problems. Next one, please. One of the main problems of the global international level, is the problem of treaty monitoring bodies and other international bodies acting ultra vires, that is beyond their authority. A good example of it is the activity of the United Nations Committee on the Rights of the Child. Recently, our family policy group prepared a renewed analytical report documenting those actions that include, for example, pressuring states to change their abortion laws, groundlessly promoting controversial concepts, legalizing same-sex sexual relationships, legal recognition of same-sex marriages and partnerships, decriminalization of prostitution, etc. Demanding that the states should give children sexuality education regardless of or without parental consent and knowledge, and using arbitrary and groundless interpretation of Convention on the Right of the Child in order to illicitly oblige the states to outlaw parental corporal punishments of children. Let me note here that this is a very bright example of what ultra-virus acts by the committee are. Regardless the personal attitude toward corporal punishment of children, from the convention itself, the obligation of the state to outlaw this punishment is not following. And what is more important, this creating of new obligation is directly contradicting the background of preparation of the convention text and some interpretatory statements made by the state parties upon ratifications and upon their signing the convention. Next one, please. Another important problem is the problem of judicial activism existing in many states of the world and also at the international level. A good example of the international dimension of this problem can be found in some decisions of the European Court of Human Rights. Some of its decisions could reasonably be called at the very least disputable, if not arbitrary or simply ultra-virus. To cite only some cases, as a case, for example, Ex Entatis versus Austria, where the court established that a family member of a same-sex partnership has the right to adopt another one's child, notwithstanding that latter had a father, neither deprived or not waiving his parenthood. For example, the case of Salgueiro da Silva Mota versus Portugal, where it was established that a father leading a homosexual lifestyle is as fitting to care about the child as his non-homosexual mother. The homosexual lifestyle of the father was found to be not pertinent to the question of securing the best interests of the child, so not relevant to the best interest of the child. The case of Christine Goodwin versus United Kingdom, where the court established that a transsexual woman has the right to marry another woman on the basis of major social changes, I am quoting, in the institution of marriage since the adoption of the convention, as well as dramatic changes brought about by developments in medicine and science in the field of transsexuality. Quotation is finished. The case of Valianatos and others versus Greece, where it was established that to recognize in the law only heterosexual civil partnerships constitutes illegal discrimination. The risky pending cases before the court include cases of Enrico Leari and others versus Italy and Francesca Orlandi and others against Italy. And these cases are connected to the substantial risk of creating the universal obligation to legally recognize same-sex unions for all the state parties of the Council of Europe. Next, please. A lot of other problems do exist at different levels. Mostly they are connected to the efforts to undermine the genuine human rights in, in legislation or quasi-legislative soft law. Some of them are widely known, such as the endorsing of the scandalous Lunacek report by the European Parliament, or the recognition of same-sex marriages and adoptions in France, despite massive grassroots opposition from citizens. Some of them are known only to the experts, such as the prohibition and prosecution of home education in Germany, massive arbitrary removals of children from parents in Sweden and some other countries. Another illustrative example of the repeated condemnation is the repeated condemnations of the Russian law prohibiting propaganda of homosexual behavior among children by the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe and European Parliament. In fact, we are dealing with the attempts to promote at all possible level a new totalitarian ideology, some call it gender ideology, that is contrary to the natural foundation of the human society, is clearly anti-family, and is in many aspects similar to the old totalitarian ideologies of communism and Nazism. These attempts seem well organized and systematic and should be clearly opposed in the same systematic ways. Next, please. The possible solutions could also be found on different levels. At the governmental level, there are some good possibilities for the pro-family national government that they can at least openly raise their voice against ultra-virus acts by international treaty monitoring and other bodies. demand reforms of human rights instruments, making them more transparent and accountable to state parties, openly and consistently insist on the genuine and coherent interpretation of the international human rights instruments to ensure the protection of the natural family and the fundamental rights of the parents inseparable from it. Next one, please. There are even more possibilities at the level of the civil society and the political community. Healthy pro-family forces, including NGOs, experts, and policymakers, can and should, for example, unite their efforts nationally and internationally through networking and coalition building to counter anti-family agenda and policies undermining the natural family and fundamental rights of parents. Raise their common voice against anti-family agenda by using NGO expertise and endorsing pro-family civil society documents and declarations like one presented to us here and some others I will give examples of. And support and promote positive pro-family policies, always protecting the natural family and genuine marriage and strengthening the fundamental rights of parents. Then protect national sovereignty from any undue pressure and interference, especially from international structures. And this is a very important task now, I should say, because in fact it occurred that the international structures and international levels of politics is much more easily hijacked because of the inherent structures, because of some regulations associated with them, than the national level of the politics. That is why a lot of anti-family agenda is coming to us upside down. And to promote the genuine interpretation and reclaiming of the genuine meaning of international law, supporting the natural family, the marriage, the fundamental rights of the parents, opposing its wrong and destructive reinterpretation. At all the levels, there's also a possibility to engage in the strategic litigation in the interest of the natural family and the parents. To illustrate the possibilities, let me quickly give you some of the good examples of the civil society documents that could strengthen each other and our common efforts to protect the family. Sorry. Here is one good example. It is the St. Petersburg Resolution on the anti-family trends in the United Nations that was initiated by the Russian NGO for Family Rights in 2011 and endorsed by more than 120 NGOs from Russia and Ukraine. The resolution addresses mostly the problems of anti-family ultra-virus activities by United Nations Committee on the Right of the Child and offers some powerful principles such as: we declare and proclaim our strong conviction that all UN human rights treaties must be interpreted in a way favorable to the natural family and natural parental rights. They also must be interpreted as defending the natural rights of unborn children to the life from the moment of conception. All interpretations contradicting this approach must be rejected as contrary to natural human rights, even if given by an authoritative body. Next one, please. Here is a quote from the International Yalta Memorandum presented in Ukraine at the International Parents Forum, initiated by some Ukrainian NGOs and endorsed by more than 50 NGOs from Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and others. Next one, please. Just 2 days ago, our analytical center, our advocacy group, FamilyPolicy.ru, published its new expanded ultra-virus acts by the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child report in English and in Russian. It is available in both languages at our websites. The nearly 100 pages report analyzes the dozens of the UNCRC documents exposing its ultra-virus acts, undermining international human rights law, the natural families, the fundamental rights of the parents, national sovereignty, and religious freedom. The study is well documented with verbatim excerpts from the UNCRC documents, and also proposed some particular means and steps that the state parties can use to counter these illegal actions by the committee. Next one, please. Another very good initiative, recent initiative, is the World Family Declaration. It is an initiative of the World Congress of Families. My colleague has narrated today a lot about the World Congress of Families. So it was one of the initiatives of the World Congress of Families. It was launched this year at the side event in United Nations headquarters in New York, and it's citing dozens, in fact 111 national constitutions that are speaking about the family, its natural and foundational role in the society, about the marriage, and stresses that the family exists prior to the state and possesses inherent dignity and rights which states are morally bound to respect and protect. And I should add also not only morally, but in some cases legally. Next one, please. Next one. So there are a lot of possibilities, especially in our modern age, when we have a possibility to communicate via internet, to use some distance technologies to negotiate and to produce some civil society documents, to collaborate on a regular basis among civil society organizations and political groups. And so I do call all the present respectable politicians, respectable civil society representatives to collaborate and to unite their efforts in order to protect natural family and the parental rights globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pavel Parfenti, for this very, very brilliant, passionate, warm presentation. And now I'd like to invite Marina Homic from Belarus. She is representing Young Christian Democrats. She is leader of this organization. And I would like to ask the next speakers to use not more than 10 minutes. We are a little bit on the time pressure. Please.
Здравствуйте всем. Хочу, прежде чем начать свой доклад, хочу
Good afternoon to everyone. Before I start to speak, I would like to excuse myself. I'm going to speak in Russian, not because I like Russian and I respect it, but because it is the only language in which I can speak, so that you can be that they can translate it to you. Today, I would like to speak about our party vision, our Christian Democratic Party vision on family policies. Our specific practical steps that we think important, essential for our country, so that we could revive human values and family values. So the main aspects that require reforms in our country are family medical care, that is family funding, family funds, that is also housing for young families, and family business entrepreneurship. If we start with the first one, with family medical care, the Christian Democrats of Belarus thinks that it is important to introduce the family doctor. The family doctor has to be a highly qualified specialist. He has a lot of knowledge and skills, not only in therapy, but also in specialities. The family doctor monitors the family members on an ongoing basis. He's the personal doctor, and his tasks are to examine the patient, to do the screening, to do the diagnostics, also to give the treatment. The family doctor always sends the patient to a specialist if his case requires more detailed examination. Since the family doctor monitors this patient on a long-term basis, he can diagnose the case at an early stage, and this is very important for the future health and the longevity of the person, the lifespan of the person. The second aspect that needs reform is family funding. So the party, the Christian Democrats, think that the family fund has to be focused on birth of second and third children, and also on investment into human capital. Simple arithmetic calculations show that the population numbers are important, that the population numbers are impacted by second and third children in the families. But this is very much related to a desire of having second and third children, which is actually economically grounded. A family fund will improve family planning for the second and the third child, and the family fund should be used for better medical care, for rehabilitation of the family, and for improving their housing conditions. We think that a means for financing families should be actually handed down, allocated from the government budget, and both parents should be equally responsible for spending this capital, this fund. If one of the parents has been guilty of some offense towards his child, then certainly he would be denied the right to use the family fund. Speaking about housing for the young families, housing is certainly one of the biggest issues for family life. In order to address this issue, the Christian Democrats of Belarus suggest that loans, subsidized loans, should be given to families for families with 2 children, and if the family has 3 children, they should have an extra benefit of 50%. The loan should be by 50% settled from the government. And if the family has 4 children, the credit should be paid for by the government at a 100% rate. So, and certainly the family fund can be also used for building a house. The Christian Democrats of Belarus suggest that the approach to families and housing issues should be differentiated. Families who live in the country should have simpler, more favorable conditions for building a house. They should have additional benefits because it is very important to attract people to the countryside. These families should have interest-free credits, and families who have 4 children should simply be allocated, should simply be given housing free from the government fund. So family business is another important asset, or another important opportunity for creating better conditions for large families. Family business is a way of self-employment, individual working activity, and it is very similar to small business. The most popular examples of family business are work for public services, small trade, handicrafts, artisan activities, farming, and other activities. If you have a family business, it is easier to have a more flexible working day, and this allows also to attract to business those categories that are not included in economic activity, women with children or other people who are not competitive on the job market. For children and teenagers, this is also a possibility to participate in the family business, and it is the softest and socially most acceptable way how to involve them into entrepreneurship. The Belarusian Christian Democrats is going to support development of family entrepreneurship. We are also thinking of adopting a law on family businesses which will have a favorable tax regime and which will be free from corporate income tax. There will also be microcredits available for these family businesses. In this way, the plans of our Christian Democrat Party, and we would like to implement those plans in our country, and we are gradually working on it, is our main objective. So family is seen, the family is seen by Christian Democrats as the basic social unit of the society, and it looks at other aspects of societal development through the prism of family and its needs. Our Christian Democrats, we also are in favor of traditional marriages and traditional stimuli for these marriages. The Belarusian Christian Democrats implement a policy of reviving family values, developing striving in the young people to create healthy and reproductive families. We also work towards improving prevention and early diagnostics of the reproductive system and also improving medical care. The party is in favor of raising one-time payments for at the time of the birth of the child, so that they would reach €3,000, the one-time payment. And a child under the age of 3 should be subsidized at least at the minimum wage, which will certainly promote more children. Also, we are going to keep the child benefits that we already have. Our party also thinks that maternity leave should be included in a woman's tenure, and mostly we should think of having institutions where children are out of with children for children out of family care should be organized like family settings. We also think that more resources should be devoted to nursery homes, children's playgrounds, and other recreational places where all the family could stay. Program for promoting our family values.
Thank you very much, Maria. And now we're inviting another friend from Belarus, Georgi Dmitruk, who is founder and chairperson of the Christian Business Initiative and also member of the Council of Euro Partners from Switzerland. Georgi, please.
Спасибо большое за прекрасную организацию
Thank you so much for this excellent organization of this valuable event, for all the interesting speeches. Of course, I also wish to say a lot, but I understand that we are all tired because the end of the day is approaching and it's quite difficult to concentrate on listening. But please pull yourself together because we don't have so much time left and you'll be able to ask questions and discuss these issues. Everything that is going on recently is going on in the war, on the war background. I don't know how it is here in Latvia, but in Belarus we keep speaking about tanks and military planes and so on, and the total feeling is quite dark and quite doomed and so on. But if we speak about families, and most often we mention various dangers that families face. We speak about things that we have not succeeded to do. We speak about possible threats. And today I wanted to speak about one of them. We are all well aware of it, but maybe do not mention it so much. I believe that the family has lost the most if we mention the so-called cohabitation, because every official marriage, every officially registered marriage is just representing 25% from all the cohabitation instances. Now it seems that the traditional families somehow are losing their position in the society, and the number of these families is going down. According to a survey published in July 2010, a member of a relationship where one of them had lived in an unregistered cohabitation reduces the possibility of having a successful marriage twofold. We all understand that creation of or building of a good marriage is very difficult. I have 5 children myself, and very soon we'll celebrate our 25th anniversary, and I understand how much effort it requires to build a good family based on Christian values. Some ideas that I wanted to point out. What do we need? First and foremost, we need love. Mutual relationship that is not based on just sexual needs and satisfaction of sexual needs. We have to understand what is family, what is love, and how to build this family. We have to have sufficient knowledge, because many believe that having a family is easy, but we understand that building a family, a good Christian family, is much more difficult than building a house. Therefore, it is very important to have this knowledge, to build this family, to build a good family. Besides, we also have to find out more about our loved one. We have to know about his or her family. We have to know about his or her character, who this person is. Have to meet the parents. We have to have good relationship with these parents. We have to have the same world view. We have to look in the same direction. We have to think alike. It is also quite difficult. Of course, we also need trust, because it is impossible to build a family without trust, because marriage is trusting each other. It's trusting with financial issues, with the most sacred that we have, the most important that we have. We also have to be a responsible person, We want our children to respect us. We want the society to respect and understand us. We want everything in our lives goes as we wish. Of course, we want a marriage that will last forever, and this is also a decision. Besides, we have to multiply that by 2, because both the man and the woman have to have these beliefs. I mentioned all of this to show that family is complicated. It requires effort. But family is such huge project that can satisfy many basic needs. For example, to love and be loved, to develop, to procreate, to take care, to communicate, to recreate. And the satisfaction or not is a kind of measure on whether the people have a good, proper family or not, because family is able to satisfy these needs fully. So we call those principles correct or proper that lead to harmony. So this idea rests on 3 major cornerstones: psychological health, world view, and knowledge. And let us look what the so-called cohabitation offers. I will not speak about the history, because this phenomenon dates back to the 15th century. I even read that there is a so-called guest marriage, or living apart together, when a man or a woman visits his second half once in a while, and they even place advertisements as to this, because it's very easy, very comfortable, very convenient. It's happy, no problems, no limitations. And cohabitation is the same kind of guest marriage, but in addition they also have maybe some financial issues involved, common budget or something like that. Of course, it's very convenient. Some may say it's much simpler, doesn't require spiritual investment. But what happens? The woman does not feel any support from the man, and gradually it leads to the man denying making any decisions. He shies away from any and all responsibility. Women, of course, are strong. As you know, all our Olympic champions are female. I don't know how it is in Latvia, but our women are strong. Of course, then women take on this leadership role. They keep solving problems, and they just get tired. Very often women say, I'm just so tired of making these decisions all the time. I need somebody who would be able to help me. It is very difficult to be a leader. And eventually, this leads to splitting up, and they start looking for new partners. And again they have to spend a lot of time, invest years of their lives to try to know another person, yet another person. To know the character, to learn the character of this person. But the life is short, 60, 80, maximum 100 years, and there is not much time for experimentation. And then we get offended, and then we continue, and we forgive, and so on, and we still keep making the same mistakes. These cohabitation marriages lack logic. Very often they say, you know, there are people who married officially, they divorced after a year, but we have been together for 5 years and we are still okay. But very rarely they say, you know, we have been living together for 20 or even 50 years. But in registered marriages, it is quite frequent that we can hear that. A well-known psychologist, Kurpatov, called cohabitation an open-ended ticket, because the partners know that they always will have this ticket, and if something goes wrong, if they don't like something, then just goodbye, I am leaving. So if we have this kind of attitude, do we really have to invest in making this real family, spend part of our lives in making and building these families? And he describes this as renovating a rented flat. American psychologist Seligman writes in his book that these partners are very prone to depression. Married people are less prone to depression. Those who have never been married have slightly higher possibility, but after one divorce, this possibility increases even more. But those who have divorced twice or those that just cohabit have much higher possibility of developing a depression, and this is a fact. So many ask, is the cohabitation doomed? I don't know, but maybe it is not a marriage at all. One nuance is very important, and I'm speaking about the reproduction. Everything that is live in this world, it reproduces. It's a creative process. People that cohabit most often don't reproduce, don't create, or produce a little. Very rarely they have more than one child. A psychologist once said that these relationships are like a beautiful but empty vessel. I believe that this type of relationship is not really correct. It's kind of false. And not only the church speaks about that, though it speaks a lot and points to the importance of having a good, natural, traditional family. Christian politics speak about that. They invite the society to think about that. But many just don't say anything. But I believe that cohabitation has various drawbacks. It's false from many aspects, from psychological, moral, and others. When a man who is cohabiting is asked who that woman is, he will say, this is my girlfriend, a friend. But when you ask a woman, she will say, this is my husband. As if she kept repeating again and again, this is my husband, he would have a ring on his finger. So the expectations differ, and the children who are born in these situations, they may face problems. I wanted to say that harmony is very important here. The marriage that was offered, created by the God, that is based on biblical principles, relies on four main ideas. First, mutual assistance. Second, responsibility. Third, reproduction. And fourth, satisfaction. Irresponsible freedom, in brackets, of course, undermines all of these principles and offers something else. Instead of assistance, have mutual profitability. Instead of responsibility, we have rationality. Instead of reproductivity, we have speculative, false reproductivity. For example, somebody may say, marry me and I will give birth to another child. And satisfaction just becomes the satisfaction of the urges, enjoyment. And if we speak about the Christian family and its disappearance in our societies, then it's a big loss. This is a problem that we have to work on, because we have an upside-down world. Homosexuals want to get married. Somehow. But on the other hand, heterosexuals just cohabit, and they say, we don't need the stamp in the passport because marriage is obsolete. Is it logical, reasonable? That's why I believe to protect the family, we have to oppose cohabitation. When I prepared for today's discussion, I found very few research articles on cohabitation because people are so used to it. They think that it is just regular, everyday occurrence. What shall we see if we continue with this cohabitation? I have to say that it is just a legal lie. Young people are not explained what will happen. Yes, we just say this is freedom, let them allow to learn each other, maybe try how it works. But what will happen? They will just spend their lives uselessly. Do we really want that for our children? Another huge problem, demographic collapse. Though we have a dictatorship, we have the same problems. Enormous number of divorces. Of course, we can teach on how to live in Europe, we can give many numbers, but how can we live in our countries? We have to understand that our position will form everything. Muslim families are huge and they spread so quickly. What shall we do with this situation and what shall we have when we die? Of course, cohabitation will produce a generation that will live under constant stress. And I believe that the politicians have to defend families, to defend the notion of family. When I'm asked what to do, I don't think that there could be a better promotion of Christian values than a president who has a good family. But if we have a president that divorces, I don't think that we could find a better way to undermine the Christian values. We have to live as we believe instead of just teaching people how they should live. By the way, many speakers referred to chapter 6 of the message to Corinthians, where the verses speak about homosexuals and homosexualism. And this verse speaks about those that have striven away from the correct, the proper path. And depending on how we teach our children to live, on how we live, on what example we personally show, not just by our words, but also by our deeds, that will shape the country we live in, and that will shape our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Georgi. Now we finished this part of our conference, and it's a time to move forward and to make some closing remarks and to initiate maybe some discussions. Oh, excuse me, it was my mistake, but in my program it wasn't. Excuse me, we have one more speaker, Volna Kavalkova.
Olga.
From Belarus.
Good evening, dear college. My name is Olga Kovalkova. I'm a lawyer. I'm a manager of Family Values Campaign in Belarusian Christian Democracy. I'm not speak Latvian and only learn English. So I speak Russian, but my presentation will be English. Тема моего выступления посвящена кампании за семейные ценности, руководителем которой я являюсь на протяжении 2 лет.
Is about the promotional campaign for family values. I have been leading it for 2 years. A bit about our campaign of the Christian Democrats of Belarus. This is a campaign which unites Belarusians who actively promote family values and are also not really indifferent to the problems that we face. Our Family Values campaign aims at developing the Russian society through strengthening the family institute, and we believe that family is the basis of the Russian culture and society. The slogan of our company is Strong Families, Strong Belarusia. My presentation is a little bit picturesque, so you can see a lot of pictures there, so perhaps that would improve your mood. So everything that Belarusians and other citizens do has been transmitted from generation to generation through the family. And our campaign is focused on different aspects. The first is protection of life. Second is anti-alcohol campaign, because unfortunately today this is a huge problem in Belarus. According to the Bloomberg data, the 18.9 liters of alcohol per person per capita is consumed in Belarus, as our World Health Organization has stated. The average indicator is 8 liters, so we are actually leading, leaders in the amount of alcohol that is used per capita. This is a huge problem today, because alcohol consumption is a cause of 50% of our divorces, and is also responsible for many children who are orphans, because many parents who use alcohol have been taken away their parental rights. Also, the 15th of March, the National Family Day, is the focus of our campaign. It is celebrated in many countries, not only in Belarus. Other focuses are solution of family problems in a local aspect, as legislation, information activities, pamphlets and articles, also educational aspects, seminars, trainings, and strengthening the family institute and different family celebrations. Over the period from 2012 and 2013, we have been working hard in protecting life. The Belarusian statistics in 2012 shows that 33,300 that the demographic trends are negative in Belarus, and the number of abortions has been more than 33,000 abortions. This is apart from medical abortions. In total, since 1945, we have had 9 million abortions in Belarus, which is approximately the population of Belarus today. And this is also due to some criminal abortions which were performed during the Soviet times. According to the Russian law, abortion can be carried out until the 12th week or until the 22nd week if there are medical indications.
Нет, выше. Нет, еще одно. Вот. К социальным показаниям, по которым женщина до 22 недель могла сделать аборт.
Social indicators for abortion.
Относились такие показания, как нахождение женщины или ее мужа в местах лишения свободы,
women were allowed to do the abortion up to 22 weeks was if her husband was in prison, if the husband had disability, if she had another disabled child, if she divorced during the pregnancy, if her husband died during her pregnancy, if she was deprived of parental rights, if she became unemployed during pregnancy, if she was a refugee, or if she had been violated and the abortion was the result of that. So these were all the reasons that allowed a woman to make an abortion until the 22nd week. And you can see that all these reasons are indeed very outdated. Therefore, the Ministry of Health here proposed a review of these criteria. Our lawyers looked at all these stipulations and some suggestions were worked out, and you can see all the suggestions on this slide, which can be seen. So I'm not going to read them again. So you can see all the suggestions developed by lawyers for amending the law on abortions.
А для женщин, которые находятся в браке, сделать обязательным уведомление ее супруга. Нами был организован ряд мероприятий, круглый стол по обсуждению данных предложений с представителями
events. We have discussed these suggestions in a roundtable discussion, and after that we had a campaign on collecting signatures online for these amendments. We collected around 6,000 signatures up to 2012 and more over 2012 and 2013. We also had some programs on television. We had some meetings in the parliament, and due to this broad campaign in January 2013, the reasons for making an abortion until the 22nd week of pregnancy was curtailed to 10 instead of 22. So there are still some criteria that allow pregnancy to be stopped before the 22nd week, but the list of these indicators has been decreased. We also have a draft law on medical care. This was the first hearing already took place. There is a right now for the doctor to decline from performing the abortion on moral grounds. We are still working on it. We are still collecting signatures. There's a petition on the internet today in Minsk. There is a conference on the role of traditional religion in the demographic situation of Belarus, and we hope that our legislative initiatives are going to protect babies and women in Belarus, and will eventually lead to full prohibition of abortions in Belarus. This is what I wanted to tell you. So the Christian Democrats now have started to implement the campaign on anti-alcohol measures. We are going to show our suggestions, to come forth with our suggestions on amending Belarusian legislation so that this problem would be reduced. Thank you very much for your attention and for the organizers who allowed us to take part in this conference.
And now finally we can discuss openly all aspects which maybe wasn't reflected on during this very successful, in my opinion, event. Maybe some closing remarks. Who will start? Everybody exhausted. Okay, thank you very much for participation, for this very substantial contributions of all speakers. Oh, Mara Victoria Zilgave. Excellent. Mara Victoria, please.
We thank very much all the conference participants, specifically the speakers, for their interesting and manifold reports. I think that we are going to have a lot of arguments now, because indeed it so happens that we think, okay, we think all the same things, but when we meet people who think differently, we lack arguments, and here we could see all the aspects, the political, the legislative, the social, the medical aspects. Many thanks to Chairman of Priority, Armands Agrums, also the administrator of the event, Amos Grigolis, who is a member, Marek Rau, all the rest of our team who prepared all this event, and also certainly Yuri Roshka, who was the moderator of our conference. Thank you very much, and I hope to see you again soon.
Once again, thank you very much to all of you, and God bless you.